We're honored today to have very distinguished personalities in our midst. We have the head of IK in Ghana, the National Eye Unit, ably represented. We also have the president of the African Council of Optometry, Superintendent Dr. Remy Inke. We have the head of the Department of Optometry and Visual Science, Professor Mohamed Abdul Kabir, the president of the Ghana Optometric Association, in the person of Dr. Alfred Gadam. We have the president of the Opticians Association of Ghana, in the person of Mr. Frank Bashi. Distinguished guests, representatives from our partner institutions, facilitators, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome everyone to this important gathering under the HMK-USD Low Vision Project, where we seek to expose participants to low vision training and practice. Our project is a collaborative initiative between the Hochschule University of Applied Sciences, based in Munich, Germany, and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kumasi, Ghana, with the general support from the Krone-Fristen-Stephen Foundation, based in Germany. The idea underpinning this project is to thoughtfully model after the World Health Organization Low Vision and Rehabilitation Manual, which promotes an integrated, tiered model of low vision care that connects tertiary, secondary, and primary centers to enhance accessible and comprehensive services for low vision. This framework closely aligns with the Global Specs 2030 initiative, which aims to ensure that low vision services are available at all levels, enhancing the quality of life of those with irreversible visual impairment. The HMK-USD Low Vision Project has over the years demonstrated what is possible through collaboration, commitment, and a shared vision. Through the establishment of a positive and growing network of low vision centers in Ashanti region, the project has significantly improved access to low vision services and rehabilitation, and provided training for young students in optometry and also disability studies. Most importantly, it has transformed the lives of many persons with low vision and individuals who, without this initiative, would not have had the opportunity to receive the necessary rehabilitation support to enhance their independence and quality of life. We're very grateful to the Krone-Fristen-Stephen Foundation for funding this project and for the immense support extended to Ghana to strengthen low vision care and service delivery. We are hopeful that the seed planted through this support will continue to grow, expanding both the network of low vision centers and the number of trained professionals delivering care across the country. We would also like to express our sincerest gratitude and appreciation to all stakeholders who have contributed to the success of this project. From university management, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Rita Akusia-Dixon and her team, the Provost of the College of Science, the Dean, the Department of Optometry, the Head of Department, the IK Secretariat, the Ghana Health Service, the Ophthalmological Society of Ghana, the Ghana Optometric Association, the Ghana Ophthalmic Nurses Society, and the Opticians Association of Ghana, and all other hospitals and allied centers who we interacted with and worked with to ensure that the work we do really represents Ghana. We are equally thankful to the health facilities that supported this initiative and have become partners in this regard, including the Presbyterian Hospital based in Asante Achempagogo, Dache Anglican Eye Clinic, Tafo Government Hospital, and especially the University Health Services at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We are grateful to all their medical directors and management boards who drew their support behind this project, granting approval and providing institutional support for the project. In conclusion, we leave this program inspired, empowered, and committed, and we hope that more professionals will be inspired to emulate the work done here. Thank you all, and may we continue to work together to transform lives in Vision Care.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ekufu. Next, we are going to have a short address from the Department of Optometry and Visual Science KNUST-TEK, and this is going to be delivered by the head of the department. Please join me in welcoming Prof. Mohammed Abdul.
Good morning. I would like to start my short speech, as you have said, by mentioning one of the specific goals behind this kind of collaboration, the HFK and UST. If you can read from the pull-up there, it stated that it's to improve access to comprehensive low vision assessment and care. But ultimately, what this is telling you is that they want us to, at the end of it all, be able to make life easy by way of improving the quality of life of people living with disability. So if that is not achieved, which is the intended purpose, then we haven't achieved the objective of this collaboration. So what I can say is that we all have to make a resolve that we are coming here to learn and then go back to make impacts as far as low vision assessment and care is concerned in our various communities. We will open our mouth and say we are grateful to the foundation, but the greatest gratitude to them is for the outcome, the intended outcome to be achieved. So let us all make a resolve to do all our best. As I'm here, I represent the Department of Optometry, but not only the department. I represent Ghana Optometry, I represent KNUST, I represent the Eye Health Care Secretariat in showing our appreciation to the foundation. And I want to appeal that this kind of interaction or relationship should not end here. You have to continue with it one way or another, because we don't know what the future has in store for us. And I believe the future has a lot that will be given to us as far as assessment and care for people living with low vision is concerned. With this, I bring to an end my short speech, because we are already behind that. Thank you for your attention.
Next, we are going to have a special address by the African Council of Optometry, and this will be delivered by Superintendent Dr. Remy Limpe, the President of the AFCO. He's also the Deputy Superintendent of the Police Hospital.
Thank you very much. So, distinguished guests, all acknowledged. It's a pleasure to be here representing Africa. Even though this is actually my home, this is my training institution, but on this level, we represent what Africa holds for optometry. We've come to understand when we get onto that bigger platform what the impact of optometry and eye care is across the entire continent, and for that matter, the globe. Look at it in that way. We have about 16 countries in Africa that are participating. some form of optometry. And that's there's a way that they are all trying to harness potential together to see how we can best fit in the kind of situations that we find. And so low vision, for instance, and I like the way it's expanded to the West African. In fact, my attention to this conference was drawn by a Nigerian trying to participate here. That's when I got the impression that, oh, okay. So that's the expanded way of trying to create the access for the skill to be delivered to all of us across the African continent. It's most significant for us, adding on to the focus. And we appreciate the organizing team, the sponsorship, and everything that we have done. I'm hoping that at the end of it all, the impact that we create here will go to reduce the burden of what low vision is on our community and our family. And again, for us to share this kind of knowledge across the African continent, you'll be surprised the kind of curriculum and education that each country has and its specificity. But when we have such collaborative work, I'm sure the service of low vision in Ghana will be similar to service of low vision in other countries across Africa. So that we are all sure that we are receiving something that is good. Thank you all, and I hope you enjoy the participation.
Next, we are going to have a video presentation, and this is going to be a short greeting from our key founder, Els Kroner First University Foundation, and it will be delivered by Dr. Jochen Bitzer, who is part of the Medical Development Corporation.
Dean of the Faculty of Bioscience. Dear Professor Abdul Kabir, Head of Department. Dear Dr. IEC, Director of University Health Services. Dear Professor Eisenbach, dear Dr. Akusa. Dear members of our joint innovation project, distinguished guests from Ghana and various neighboring West African countries. It is a great honor for me to be able to welcome you today to the Masterclass Impact Building at KNUST. You have gathered here to open the edition of the West African Innovation Workshop, a moment that reaches far beyond the boundaries of this university. The Secretariat for Seniors Diplom is deeply satisfied to see how our missionary idea has grown into a project that extends far beyond us. Since its foundation in 1982, our foundation has followed a clear strategy. We combine the ethical and social acceleration and power. Overcoming this means opening doors to education, and opportunities to work. As we kind of really hard we are underlining our commitment to promoting this innovation in anti-aging and beyond in a sustainable and long-term manner. The training since 2023 has been a success story. With the opening of the Tertiary Innovation Center in June 2024, you created the clinical and academic heart of the project. In addition, we are demonstrating strength at a local level, from the secondary clinics at Bobo, Cavo, and directly to the Departmental centers. We have established a comprehensive referral network that accompanies patients from the community level to the university specialization. The fact moved as this model works. Over 100 students per year are already being trained in specialized models, and we are steadily moving toward our goal of treating over 400 patients annually. All of these activities are associated with scientific quality. Publications and conferences and in various journals show that KNUST conducts high-level research that attracts international attention. Behind these figures are people. In cooperation with the University of Applied Science and KNUST, supported by the Department of Optometry and Visual Science, is a model for international partnerships. My deepest credit goes to all those responsible at those institutions. We are currently in the final phase of this project. This workshop is an important accelerator for spreading the knowledge gained in Kumasi throughout the entire West African region. Low rehabilitation can be part of isolation and engage them to participate in social life. I ask you, as participants in this workshop, to use this network and become ambassadors for a world in which digital environment is no longer an obstacle to a fulfilling life. I wish you all the very days at the first West African Innovation Workshop. Thank you very much for your attention. God bless you.
We are going to take a keynote address, and this will be delivered by the head of Munich Center for Applied Vision Science, who is also the German lead for the KNUST Low Vision project. Please join me in welcoming Prof. Werner Eisenbach.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's my great pleasure to welcome you here today at the Master Park building at KNUST. I've been coming to Kumasi for over 3 years now, and I'm very happy that we can celebrate the first West African Innovation Workshop with you this weekend as part of our KNUST Innovation project. This event is an important milestone for us in the overall project. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the local organizers, the entire KNUST team, the head of department, the Ghanaian project leader Dr. Akufu, and all team members for their excellent preparation of this event, and especially for Josephine for taking it. She's very busy over this weekend, so I ask you for a short applause. In particular, I would like to welcome you all here and thank you for your interest in the low vision we have. I'm impressed by how many colleagues from outside the Ashanti region and even from neighboring countries have come to Kumasi today. We are honored by your interest in our work. At the beginning of the meeting, I think it would be helpful to go back to the beginnings of this project and how did this project come up. When I think about the origins of our project, I think of an email I received from Ghana in 2019. Dr. Kufu contacted me and we started our first joint project in 21. At that time, we conducted a study on the prevalence of emerging risk factors. Over the years, and especially for this project, 1 year later we presented the data at the ARGO meeting in the US, and I was able to meet Dr. Kufu in person for the first time. At that time, we started discussing further opportunities for collaboration, and this brainstorming led us to the application for a grant to improve low vision care in Ghana. More specifically in the Ashanti region. And the idea was that we could develop a program based on the international vision rehabilitation standards from WHO. In September 22, I traveled to Kumasi, where we selected the 3 clinics in the Ashanti region as further cooperation partners, and we finalized our grant application. Fortunately, the German Fresenius Foundation approved our application, and we were able to start our project on 1st April 23. Due to the lack of epidemiological data and the unsatisfactory treatment options for visual impairment across the country, the HMK-NUST Low Vision Project aims to close the existing gaps by providing specialist low vision training to optometrists, conducting a longitudinal study to support the evidence-based practice of low vision in Ghana, and third, the project will serve as a platform to facilitate easy accessibility to low vision assessment and assistive devices, and further, increase low vision service provision by optometrists in Ghana and sub-Saharan Africa. In detail, our project, which was scheduled to run for 3 years, had the following objectives. The Department of Optometry and Visual Science is a stakeholder in the training of optometrists in Ghana. Although dealing with visually impaired people is one of the core responsibilities of optometrists, the department did not have an efficient facility that would enable adequate training of optometry students in the field of low vision rehab. To achieve this goal, the existing modules in the 5th year of the OD program were reorganized, and work began to make the theoretic content available on an e-learning platform in form of script slides and teaching videos. By equipping a specific low vision clinic, students can be offered access to patients and direct hands-on training. The low vision clinic at KNUST Hospital is serving as an important referral center in the northern part of Ghana. And perhaps this project could provide the first steps and preparations for the development of an international master's degree program in low vision and rehabilitation in West African countries. As part of this project, we established 3 secondary and 6 primary low vision centers to provide a model service to patients in the Ashanti region. Our secondary centers bring low vision services to the region and closer to patients, but can refer special cases to KNUST Tertiary Center. However, primary level centers play a key role as they are the first point of contact between an individual and the healthcare system. These centers are intended to raise awareness in communities that low vision is a situation where help is really available. They are usually located at the local level and are important link to specialized care. Here you see some pictures from my last visit of the secondary clinics in July 25. The cooperation between the various low vision centers will also be used for research. Such studies use the data from the low vision centers to ultimately support healthcare structures to promote eye health in the Ghanaian population. More importantly, the knowledge gained from the studies could inform stakeholders and facilitate the implementation of national health policies to address sight-threatening conditions that contribute to visual impairment. We have already started to collect and publish data over the past 2 years. In addition, the Low Vision Center at KNUST Hospital opens the possibility for research in the field of low vision. To be able to offer low vision services to patients as quickly as possible, a CPD program for ODs was launched in December 24. The participants were able to use the learning materials already available on the e-learning platform and also received hands-on training at the Low Vision Center of the KNUST Hospital. We would like to offer more of these CPD courses like this in maybe block courses, which will be completed with a certificate. To share our experience of setting up this project, we have planned this low vision workshop today. This means that all of today's participants are part of our joint project. The benefit of the project can be summarized as follows. If we continue this process as planned, around 400 patients per year will be able to receive low vision service in our 4 low vision clinics. At the same time, around 100 of these students per year will receive comprehensive low vision training in low vision rehab. By offering CPD courses, especially optometrists, ophthalmologists, and therapists will receive further training in the field of low vision rehab. Through all these activities, we can raise awareness among your population that low vision is not an unsolvable situation. I wish you all a successful workshop. Let's start a dialogue and work together to develop ideas for a patient-oriented low vision service in Ghana and West Africa. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof. Werner. Next, we are going to take a short address from the Eye Care Secretariat. Joining us on behalf of Dr. Honameto Afake, I beg your pardon. Let's welcome Dr. Louise Otinjima.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Honameto Afake, the head of the eye care units of Ghana, and also on my own behalf as the medical director of Anglican Eye Clinic at Jache, which is one of the beneficiaries of this wonderful project. And thirdly, I'm also here on my personal behalf as someone with keen interest in low vision. What I'm wearing today is a gift from a patient I saw a few years ago, a retired midwife who had low vision, advanced glaucoma, been to so many places. She's told the popular story, nothing can be done. So my batakari I'm wearing today, I call it my low vision attire. Mr. Chairman, distinguished facilitators, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a privilege to be invited to this maiden West African Low Vision Workshop. I commend the organizers for bringing together professionals who play a critical role in advancing low vision care in our region. Low vision care is one of the most important, yet often underemphasized aspects of eye care. While much of our work focuses on prevention and treatment, there remains a significant group of patients whose vision cannot be fully restored. For these individuals, our responsibility does not end, it only evolves. In Ghana, about 1% of the population live with severe visual impairment, with many more experiencing functional vision challenges. A large proportion of these cases arise from conditions such as uncorrected refractive error, cataract, and glaucoma. However, even when treatment is not possible, care must continue. Low vision services provide that continuity of care, helping patients maximize their remaining vision and maintain independence. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of the optometrist in low vision care cannot be overemphasized. You are responsible not only for detecting visual impairment, but also assessing functional vision, prescribing appropriate aids, and providing counseling and referral where necessary. When you prescribe a magnifier or a telescope, you are not simply improving vision. You are enabling a child to read, an adult to work, and an individual to live with dignity. Ghana has made commendable progress in low vision care over the years. Through collaboration with partners such as CBM, Sight Savers, Operation Eyesight, and Royal Visual, we have established low vision centers, trained eye care professionals, and supported inclusive education for children with visual impairment. These interventions have improved the lives of many. However, significant challenges remain. We still lack reliable national data on low vision. Services are concentrated in urban centers, leaving many communities underserved. Access to affordable low vision services remain limited. Awareness of low vision services is still low, and our reliance on external support raises questions about sustainability. These challenges require a deliberate and a coordinated response. Moving forward, there are a few key areas we must prioritize. First, low vision must become an integral part of routine optometric practice. Every optometrist should be equipped to identify and manage low vision cases and to refer appropriately where necessary. Second, we must strengthen our data systems, establishing a national low vision register to help us to understand the burden, monitor services, and plan effectively. Third, we must expand access to services beyond major cities. This includes strengthening referral systems and integrating low vision care into community and school health programs. Fourth, we must embrace innovation. Assistive technologies, including smartphone-based applications, are transforming low vision care globally. We must leverage on these tools to improve patient outcomes. Finally, we must work together towards sustainable models of service delivery. Low vision care should be fully integrated into national health systems with reduced dependence on donor support. Ladies and gentlemen, low vision care is not just a clinical responsibility, but a human one. It's about restoring function, independence, and dignity to individuals whose lives are more often limited by visual impairment. We must ensure that no patient is told nothing can be done. There is always something we can do to improve functional vision and quality of life. Let us commit to strengthening low vision care in Ghana and across the region, and to ensuring that every person with visual impairment is given the opportunity to live independently and with dignity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lewe. We'll be taking some short fraternity messages. First on the list, we are going to invite Dr. Alfred Gademo, who is the president of the Ghana Optometry Association. A round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the MC has indicated, we need to keep it short. So we'll try. It's a privilege to address you today on an issue that demands urgent national attention: the strengthening of low vision care in Ghana. Over the past decade, Ghana has made commendable progress in reducing avoidable blindness. Cataract surgical output has improved. Refractive error services, we have done some considerable work. But what remains, and I think we haven't done so much, is low vision, comprehensive low vision rehabilitative care. Thousands of Ghanaians live with irreversible visual impairment caused by glaucoma, retinal diseases. And you agree that for these persons, their only option, they cannot be helped with medication nor surgery, and their only option is a structured rehabilitative care. Unfortunately, low vision services in Ghana are still limited, fragmented, and largely urban centered, meaning that access is restricted. Imagine a child with low vision who cannot access support, educational attainment suffers. A worker, like Doctor said, who is not able to get support, his income, he loses some income, and poverty, household poverty deepens. An older person who doesn't have support will now have to be dependent on the society. We need to focus our energy into policy integration, and it's a good time because now we are looking at the national health, eye health policy. I'm privileged to be part of the technical working group looking at this policy together with my brother Frank. And I must say, we should make low vision a priority in this policy, and I'm sure my brother there will support me in this regard. Service expansion within the Ghana Health Service. We must also push for more centers in the Ghana Health Service to provide low vision care. The Ghana Optometric Association has gone ahead to put together a registry of low vision services across the country, including the care providers as well. We have made this available to most of our members, but I think going forward, we'll have to put this on our website so that more people have access and they know exactly where to go to gain access. Capacity building, curriculum standardization, and that's where the schools come in. They will need to support training of optometrists in low vision rehabilitation. Doctor reached out to me, I think a few weeks ago, so that we make this program a CPD accredited workshop. And we have spared no effort. We have gone ahead. Council has given us approval. And this workshop is CPD accredited. So for those who are attending, you are going to get CPD points to renew your license. Financing and insurance coverage. Low vision devices, telescopes, electronic aids remain financially inaccessible to many patients. We must advocate for broader inclusion of low vision services and devices under the National Insurance Scheme. As President of the Ghana Optometric Association, I reaffirm our association's commitment to collaborating with government agencies, institutions, development partners like we have today, and disability advocacy groups to develop national guidelines, promote research, and support structured implementation of low vision services across the country. If we integrate policy, strengthen capacity, expand services, and secure sustainable financing, we can transform low vision care from marginal service into a mainstream national policy priority. Let us commit ourselves to building a Ghana where vision rehabilitation is accessible, affordable, and inclusive, and where visual impairment does not determine one's opportunity, dignity, or contribution to society. I thank you very much.
We'll take our next fraternity message from the President of the Opticians Association of Ghana, Mr. Frank Kwashi Ofori.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So, on behalf of the Opticians Association of Ghana, I wish to express our profound gratitude to the organizing committee for this invitation, and also to express, and for the vision behind convening such an August workshop. This workshop marks not just an academic gathering, but a strategic step towards strengthening low vision care across West Africa. Low vision remains one of the most under-addressed components of eye care within our sub-region. While significant progress has been made in refractive services and cataract management, many individuals living with irreversible visual impairment continue to struggle daily due to limited access to structured low vision rehabilitation services. This reality calls for collaborations, innovations, and deliberate investment, as well as capacity building for professionals to address the challenge. The Opticians Association remains committed to continuous professional development, ethical practice, and collaborative partnership that advance eye health in Ghana and beyond. We believe that through structured training, regulations, and unified advocacy, low vision services can be integrated more effectively into the mainstream eye care services. As we deliberate, learn, and engage, I encourage all participants to approach the section not merely as attendees, but as ambassadors of change. Let us translate knowledge that is gained here into practical interventions within our clinics, institutions, and communities. In conclusion, I once again want to thank Dr. Kwejo Ekufu and the dedicated project team for their commitment in advancing eye health care and also inviting the opticians to this gathering. I only plead with our optometrists that anytime they are set trainings and opportunities, they shouldn't leave the opticians behind, because managing low vision is a hectic task, and at least pushing some of the burden to the opticians will really help. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you for such a short message. Please let's give it up again for all our speakers. So we'll be taking our vote of thanks, and afterwards we'll have a photography session. Please let's welcome Dr. Emmanuel Doku. Oh, a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Standing on existing protocol, on behalf of the HM KNUST Low Vision Project, I'm very much honored today to deliver this vote of thanks for this important event. We are sincerely grateful for the HM KNUST Low Vision Project, which is a strong and visionary collaboration between the Oshonumochen University of Applied Sciences and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. This partnership stands as a powerful example of what we can achieve through shared commitment to improving eye care and vision rehabilitation in Africa. We want to use this opportunity to acknowledge and extend our sincere gratitude to the facilitators and resource persons for their dedication throughout this project. Your commitment to this capacity building has equipped us with the knowledge and skills that will directly benefit our patients and communities as well. We are also thankful to our organizers, coordinators, and support staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth execution of this program. Please let's give them a round of applause. Finally, to my fellow participants, thank you all for coming along with your enthusiasm, engagement, and collaborative spirit. And I believe that we will leave this program inspired, empowered, and committed to advancing low vision care in Ghana and beyond. Thank you all once again, and may we continue to work together to transform the lives through vision care. Thank you. So we bow our heads down for a closing prayer. Our gracious and everlasting Father, we thank you for your presence once again this morning. We are grateful for the knowledge, collaboration, and inspiration that will be shared today. We commit the rest of the activities in your hands and pray that you continue to be with us, direct us, and guide us, and ensure a successful program. Amen.
Thank you. Time is fast spent, so we'll kindly move out and then take a couple of pictures. We'll do that very quickly. So please let's move out. We have just about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to begin our session.
Please, photography is for all participants. So let's kindly move out and then take our pictures.
Two. Hello. Two. Hello. Two. Hello. Two. Two. Hello. Two. 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 Hello.
Hello. Try 1 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
How do I access my slides? Send them my okay, all right.
Please, our first session begins in 5 minutes, so let's kindly wrap up. Please, let's wrap up. We have just a minute to begin the first session. We are starting our first session now. Let's kindly take our seats. Okay, you're all welcome back. For our upcoming sessions, we have a distinguished line of speakers. To handle the first session, I would like all of you to join me in welcoming Prof. Werner to take us through the preliminary assessments in low vision. A round of applause, please, for Prof.
If we look in the history of visual rehabilitation, we find numerous milestones. So, more than 2,000 years before Christ, the earliest known rock crystal lenses were found in Egypt. In the 4th century after Christ, we found aids of the blind, including specially trained guides. And in the 13th century, King Louis established a hospice to shelter blind people. And a very important point, not only for low vision rehab, was the invention by Hermann von Helmholtz and Albrecht von Graefe. They invented the ophthalmoscope. And with this small instrument, it was first possible to look into the body and to see, for example, vessels. And what is also interesting, Albrecht von Graefe founded the first medical society in the world, the German Society of Ophthalmologists. At the beginning of the 20th century, we had a myop school for children with low vision in London, and Moritz von Rohr, employed by Carl Zeiss, designed telescopic lenses to correct high myopia. And now, last year, there was the meeting of the International Society of Low Vision Research and Rehabilitation in Florence, Italy, with around 700 attendees and also some attendees from Nigeria. And today, I think we are now part of this history. We have the first West African low vision workshop. So I think it's a great achievement. But now, in my presentation, I would like to explain my basic facts about how I conduct low vision assessment with my patients. As in all professions, there is no one valid way. This is my approach, which is developed over years. There are several conditions that need to be in place to achieve a successful low vision rehabilitation for our patient. I would like to refer to a paper from Sam Markowitz, a Canadian ophthalmologist with a great experience, who describes his work in a paper here, and I would like to going to most important points supplemented by my own experience. Everything starts with the so-called intake. This is the first contact with our patient, and it is the first stage in how we approach our patient's problems. He describes, Sam Markowitz, it is a sine qua non. The meaning is that is such an important point without which we will not achieve our success. Depending on where the low vision consultation takes place, we usually have information from the patient's records. We may also have more information from a general position, for example, about the mental state of our patient. How is the patient's distance and near vision? Can the patient read? Does he have difficulties at home, at school, or at his workplace? I often ask my patient to explain his situation to me just he would to a good friend, so that I get an impression of how he is feeling, and I can also hear between the lines how he is bothering with me. Another important question is, what visual aids is the patient already using? Has an examination or treatment for low vision rehab already been carried out in the past? And then I ask about the most important wish. What does the patient want from me? What is the top priority? But we also have to realize that there are patients who may have lost confidence in a therapy because they have already been to various doctors and their wish could not be fulfilled. Our job is to build up a relationship with our patients. These can be very young patients, but sometimes also very old patients, and it is important that the patient trusts and accepts our care proposal at the end of the day. Depending on the setting in which we are working, the intake can also be supported by various questionnaires, for example, on visual quality of life, in order to be able to measure the success of our low vision care in a more structured way. The next section is about the assessment of residual visual functions. Here I will explain only at a glance which visual functions we test. Some of these are described in detail in other talks. An important measurement is refraction, which can be carried out with the retinoscope. But if available, you can also use an autorefractometer. At the university hospital, we have an autorefractometer available, which we use in our daily routine. Subsequently, a subjective refraction with measuring lenses and trial frames is useful and really necessary. And since we so often have to deal with patients who only have very low vision acuity, there are various techniques for achieving the best subjective refraction. A central measurement is of course visual acuity, which is often determined using the ETDRS chart. Depending on whether our patient can recognize letters, it is also possible to switch to a chart with tumbling ease. If the patient cannot recognize the ETDRS chart at a distance of 4 meters, this means he cannot see the largest letters there. The test distance must then be reduced to 2 meters or 1 meter. In this case, it is always important that we work with a so-called accommodation compensation for older patients. For a test distance of 1 meter, for example, we need an add of +1. We need to measure visual acuity for both distance and near vision. We cannot automatically conclude from distance to near because the pupil constricts when looking up closely, and existing cataract can impair vision even more when we are reading compared to look into the distance. Another function is reading speed, which can be measured using various reading tests. Visual acuity can also be measured as so-called contrast acuity. For example, with the mixed contrast chart from Gus Collenbrander. A special test chart that is used in close distance and has letters with 100% contrast on the front and only 10% contrast on the back. In patients with significantly reduced visual acuity in one eye, it is also interesting to measure binocular visual acuity to detect any suppression caused by the worse eye. Sometimes it may be better to cover the worse eye, and the eye that is still open will achieve a better visual acuity. Another visual function is contrast sensitivity, which we measure using the Pelly-Robson chart or the Mars charts. We have some of these charts today also available for you. Here, too, I refer to detailed talks this afternoon. In order to provide patients with feedback on mobility and orientation, it can also be helpful to measure the stereo angle. But it is not the most important visual function that we examine in low vision patients. On the other hand, the visual field is very important, especially in patients with central scotoma or suspected central scotoma. Here, for example, the Amsler grid or special software tests, such the macular mapping test, can help us. Perimetry can be helpful for diagnosis, glaucoma patients, for example, but also as part of the assessment of low vision patients. These measurements can help the patient to better explain the visual situation. A patient who has a better understanding of the nature of the eye disease will subsequently be more accepting our recommendations for low vision rehabilitation measures. Ocular motor functions are also important, for example. When using the preferred retinal locus, which means that the patient makes specific eye movements. For example, the patient shows eccentric fixation because the center of the retina is no longer working. Another function is color perception, which can be measured with the Ishihara test or Farnsworth or Lanterney tests. Other specific conditions include cortical visual impairment, agnosia or prosopagnosia, where patients cannot longer recognize people's faces, but also cortically caused color perception disorders or hemispatial neglect. In addition, the Balint-Holmes syndrome, a double-sided neglect or referred to as searchlight vision. This means that people only have visual perception in a small section of their visual field, or only in this section to which they direct their explicit attention. Finally, it is important that we also find out that the patient, that we look for the visual function and the need for light. So, do they often feel glared or disturbed by, or have a severe light sensitivity? How does the patient behave when he enters the house? He goes from a bright situation on the street into a dark building. Does he feel safe or impaired? Does he need more time to adapt to the new lighting conditions? In addition to visual functions, it's important that we also focus on functional vision. Functional vision means that the patient should give us an answer as to how they manage in everyday life with their residual vision. This can be told in general terms, such as how he can manage the household, how he copes at school or work. However, it can also be more objective, for example, by measuring the reading speed. There are also various questionnaires to help with this. In my opinion, whether such measures are carried out always depends on the individual situation. We must be effective with the time we have available for our patient. This means that our first examination can often take up to an hour. I explained this yesterday. And we must invest another hour to test the best working visual aid. It is important that we have enough time for our patient. Once we have taken all these measurements, we then determine the magnification requirements. The basis for choosing the right aids is always the previous exact measurement of the visual functions. With this information, we can find the right aid in a more targeted way and not by chance. If we just try and see if this magnifier or another magnifier might work, the patient may be frustrated because they often have a negative or disappointing experience. When we measure magnification requirements, we see how the patient benefits, and we must always bear in mind that magnification alone does not solve all problems. For example, in patients with central scotomas, eccentric fixation may also need to be used. The measurement of the magnification requirement is also influenced by contrast sensitivity, light sensitivity, or suppression. Finally, the motor or cognitive skills of our patient is also to consider. The magnification for the distance can be determined using the Snellen equivalent. Here in an example, the patient has a visual acuity of 6/18 but needs 6/9 to watch TV. He therefore needs a twofold magnification. A few comments about near magnification. As I have already mentioned above, it is automatically possible to deduce from, is not automatically possible to deduce from distance to near visual acuity. Letters often have a narrow distance, and it is not just about recognizing letters. We want to read whole words, not only letters. Recognizing letters that are very close together can also be made more difficult by crowding effect. On the other hand, when we read longer texts, we also have the influence of the context, which means that even if letters or whole words are missing, we can often still understand texts. Another method is the M system or the M units. The large M stands for the distance in meters, and it is distance and this distance, a small letter, or the so-called X height, corresponds to an angle of 5 angular minutes. You can remember that the font size, I explained this also yesterday during our hospital tour, font size of 1 M at a distance of 1 meter corresponds to 1 angular minute. In this case, this corresponds to a visual acuity in decimal notation 1.0 or 2020. I like to work with these M units because it's a simple way to determine the magnification requirement. We have to remember that 1 M is roughly equivalent to newspaper print and is an absolute size. These charts are often used at a distance of 40 centimeters because it is a common reading distance. But we can, of course, also make these measurements at other distances. The required magnification can simply be measured by dividing the current visual acuity by the required visual acuity. We have a patient, for example, who can fluently read the text size or letter size of 4M in 40 centimeter, he will need 4 times of magnification to be able to read newspaper print with a font size of 1M. In the next point, I will talk about general topics of low vision rehabilitation and the prescription of aids. The first step is to improve visual functions. In simple form, we want to correct refractive errors. Another point may be that patients with AMD who may have one eye that sees significantly worse than the other, that we cover one eye in order to achieve better visual acuity for the eye that sees better. It is possible to improve the ocular motor functions with regard to the preferred retinal locus and the associated eccentric fixation. There are also software products such as the Visio Coach, which can be used for exploration training, especially for patients with neurological disorders. It is also about choosing the right lighting in the living environment with the correct color temperature and brightness. Another method is the so-called restitution training. But this is a controversial technique, it's an ongoing discussion in the scientific world. Attempts have been made to enlarge the visual field in patients, so this would be an interesting thing regarding the big prevalence of glaucoma in Ghana, but again, it's a controversial discussion about that. So in patients who have suffered a stroke, for example, or cortically induced visual impairment. Other possibilities are the Galilean system for patients with retinitis pigmentosa. It's an invert. This can enlarge the visual field slightly, or so-called yoked prisms, which can widen the visual field slightly by certain eye movements provoked by these prisms. For some patients, however, it may be necessary to replace the visual function with auditory or tactile stimuli. An example of this would be braille reading and writing, or devices with voice control. Patients who are severely visually impaired or blind often prefer reading devices or such screen readers. New media such a smartphone, which often have special functions for visually impaired patients, for example, such screen readers are also playing an increasing and important role. On this slide you can see also the new Meta glasses. There is an inbuilt camera and you can connect these glasses, for example, with an app, Be My Eyes. Maybe you are aware of these, and you can have a guard, you can call and you can show the scene and the guard is explaining to you. The third point is about dispensing for low vision rehabilitation. In the best case, examination of the patient, prescription of aids and dispensing are seen as an all-in-one offer or in a good relationship between the optometrists and the opticians or some providers. Everything is closely linked and the prescriber knows which aid is the best. Studies have shown that if there is no training, no precise instruction on how to use the aid, then we often lose our patients. It can also be helpful to give the patient instructions on paper in large print so they can find out more at home. Or the patient is called again 1 or 2 weeks later after receiving an aid
and questions about how to use the aid are answered. It is also important to discuss how we select aids during our consultation hours. Firstly, it is important that we always choose aids with the lowest possible magnification, not higher than it is really necessary. This is because aids with too high magnification also have disadvantages. They are much more sensitive to movements and need to be kept very stable. We also have to realize that different aids are sometimes necessary for everyday life. A different aid is needed to read than to move around in traffic. In most cases, aids are only necessary when we have a visual acuity of 20/40 or 6/12 or worse. It is important that our patient is motivated. The cosmetic aspects are also important. Not all aids are accepted by the patients. I especially learned this in Ghana. They may not want to be seen wearing these aids in public or at school. The choice is also influenced by motor skills and the working distance required to use the aid. Finally, the choice is also influenced by the cost of the aids. In this context, it may also be important to know what visual acuity is required for different activities. If we want to orientate ourselves outside in the house, this is often possible with a visual acuity of 20/200. To watch TV, we need about 20/50, or for close-up viewing, for example, newspaper print, we need about 20/40. When it comes to smaller fonts, such as the labeling of medication, we often need a higher magnification or a higher visual acuity. In addition, a central visual field for reading of at least 4 degrees horizontally and 2 degrees vertically. Of course, this field of view would be too small, otherwise, for outdoor orientation. Now, we often start with higher ads. This means an ad of +6, +8, or +10, which give us a magnification of 1.5, 2, or maximum with 12 diopters, a 3-time magnification. This should always be combined with optimum lighting. If we need a higher magnification, we must provide this monocularly because the patient cannot convert sufficiently. Further aids are filters, so-called edge filters or handheld magnifiers, which allow us magnifications of 1.5 to sometimes over 10 times. There are also some pocket magnifiers for traveling. For example, when you go shopping. Telescopes for looking into the distance are more technically sophisticated, but can also be used as telescopes for reading. Then you clip a special lens in front of this telescope. Finally, electronic magnifiers, so-called CCTVs, which are often used for higher magnification requirements, 5 times or more. If a patient is unable to read with these devices, they may be given a reader. Finally, I would like to point out once again that it is also possible to train the ocular motor functions. In this case, fixation stability in AMD patients, for example, or eccentric viewing training, so that a preferred retinal locus can be used. However, these are special methods and perhaps run more under the aspect of vision therapy. In summary, I would like to emphasize that low vision assessment consists of many individual components and must be planned on a tailor-made basis. We deal with preschool children, students, working patients, and elderly people. All of them require an individual approach. I hope I have been able to give you a short insight into my work methods, and I'm open to any questions you may have. Thank you for your attention.
Please, are there any questions?
Otherwise, we have the time also in the afternoon when we have some hands-on demonstrations, and I will be around and we can talk about. Thank you very much.
All right. So next we are going to have a lecture, a very short one. And to begin with, we are going to have a lecture on the visual function assessment for the visually impaired. And this will be delivered by the HOD of the Department of Vision Science, UCC. He's also the head of the Diagnostic Visual Function Lab at UCC. Please let's give it up for Dr. Enya Morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me from the back? Wonderful. Hello? All right, so for the online people, there. So when people ask me, do you jog? I can't say no, because every now and then, I remember that I left my keys in the office and I have to run back for it. So I jog in that sense. It doesn't count. Ooh, okay. So when it comes to assessing, doing low vision tests, how many of you are like me and jogging? Yeah, okay, so there are a few of us. All right, so there are a few of us here. And how many of you are like my TCM? Like every evening, like she changes her shoes, changes her trousers, and goes out. Where's my TCM? Yeah, so she does it every day. How many of you are like that with low vision? Okay, so you are kind of all somewhere in between. Okay, it just helps me to structure the talk and know how I'm going to take it. So my boss insisted that I do this, so I have done that. UCC is number 1. Now, this is always our biggest headache. When a patient comes and you are there and the patient says, I can't see, all right? So the regular chart, after 660, then we start getting a bit like, okay, what's going to happen next? And then you come to count fingers and the patient says, I can't see. Now, in that sentence, what exactly do they mean, right? So is it that they can't see your hand, they can't see that there's a human being there? The dimensions that go into that word, I can't see, is a lot. We are talking about vision here. And you can imagine with me straight away that then it means that vision is multidimensional. I mean, we have the accommodation part, so things get closer and then the person is unable to see. Those of you who are afraid of being 40, very soon you will have that problem. Then the acuity resolution, like things are not really sharp, you know, they have to come really close to see it. Then the binocularity, those who say, I have 4 fingers and 2 heads, we know them. Then color vision, they will fight with you that orange and red are the same color. Yes. Okay. So the ladies whose husbands don't realize that you've changed your dress, don't blame them. Have their eyes checked.
Sorry for the interruption. Please, if you are here and you are Patience Boatima, you are kindly needed at the reception. Patience Boatima.
All right. Then contrast. I was in Takwa and they still sell rice with, they fetch it, pour it into a bowl, and then, no, Prestia. And then you look for the sand, the stones inside, right? So some of us, we end up eating stones because the person who did the sorting has poor contrast. And then we have dark and light adaptation. Those people, when they come into a room that is dark, they can't see anything. It's not like the usual one that you wait a bit and it comes clear. It's not. Then fixation stability, they just can't keep their eyes still. Glare, we know what that one is. Motion perception, reading performance, saccades and pursuits, stereopsis, visual field. So all these are different dimensions of seeing, and they all have to come together for us to be able to talk about vision. Now, we are talking about visual function assessment. What is it? It simply means the ability for us to test the visual system to do certain tasks. That is what we are interested in. There are certain tasks that we can ask the visual system to do, and it gives us an indication of the health or the state or the ability of the visual system. So you have this, my wonderful 2-year-old, is it 2 years or 6 month old, going for the toffee. If they can go for the toffee, you can see all the things that are happening in there. They actually first have to see the toffee. They must be able to coordinate eye-hand movement and all that and grab it. And then you know that everything is working. So when it comes to the test, there are a whole lot. Please, this is not a mistake. I know it is crowded. Exactly. That is what happens in our minds when it comes to the tests we have to do. There are a lot of them that are possible to do. We have our usual visual acuity, there's contrast sensitivity, perimetry, microperimetry, color vision, reading assessment, stereopsis, dark adaptation, visual electricity. In fact, I didn't write the whole list. I just put a few there for us to see that there are really a lot. There's a textbook, Elliot, is it clinical examination, primary eye care examination or something like that. There's a whole textbook of tests in there. I'm sure we probably only done 10% and we never read the rest. Now, there are also these new kids on the block, which has to do with the prompts and the calls. Yeah, so the patient-related reported outcomes are becoming, they've been standardized now, okay, and they become a thing now. You actually ask the patient to report their outcomes. So they would say things like, now I see the table in my room from the kitchen or something like that. And these are becoming accepted as standard measures instead of what we would have done with a visual acuity test. And then the quality of life questions about, so how do you feel about the fact that now you can see faces on the television and they say, oh, now I feel I can watch my favorite football match and I'm happy about it and I can talk to my colleagues about it. So those are the quality of life measures. They didn't used to be part of standard clinical tests for visual impairment, but now they have become part of it. And then the smartphone, what did they say? There's an app for everything now, isn't it? Yeah, just app it. So smartphone-based tests have become a thing now. And then this is an interesting device. It's a virtual reality headset. It's built by a company called Bulby-Tech. And when they were in the development phase, I happened to be around when they brought it around. So basically, when you go inside it, it creates a virtual reality environment. And instead of your usual like perimetry where you have dots appearing, you follow, there's a zigzagging pattern like a dot. You know the snake game that, oh sorry, too many Gen Zs around. You know Nokia 3310, the snake game, yeah, that one. So there's something like that, and then the snake is moving around, and then the snake gets smaller and disappears. So the system monitors your eye movement, and at which point you lose track, because when you can't find it, you tend to move your eyes around looking for it, and the system uses that to assess your visual field, eye tracking. It measures your pupil size and stuff like that. And then that's me. I'm not going to space. That was just me doing an experiment. So this one is weird, okay? So now in visual acuity, standard visual acuity test, you ask the patient to say something. You point at the E, and the person will say is looking into heaven or looking down or left and right. Now, this one you don't, the patient doesn't say anything. You hook this thing onto the head, and you just ask the person to look at a screen. And the screen shows random patterns. And every time, and then they fed it with certain stimuli, like certain optotypes. I don't want to use optotypes, but think of the letter, what's it called again? The E, okay? In different sizes, and they will appear randomly at random times, right? Anytime the person sees it, and I'm not saying that the person sees it and says, I can see it, but when the visual system sees it, there's a signal in the brain known as the P300, and the P300 is recorded, right? It sends a spike. So the person doesn't do anything. All the person does is look at this screen with random patterns, and then in the random pattern, there will be the E at different sizes. So the system then calculates how many E's and at which smallest size did this person see the E's, and then converts it into a visual acuity test score for you. So these are the things that are happening, that are emerging technology that are happening. But the visual function test, why do we test it? What exactly are we doing it for? All right, okay. So there are different reasons why we may want to assess a person's vision. Primarily, most of us, because we want to make a diagnosis. We want to know what exactly is wrong with my auntie, or what is exactly wrong with my grandfather. Management, you are probably handling the case, and you want to know how well is the treatment going, or also it helps you make a decision as to what exactly to give to the person. And then rehabilitation, that's Carl's field, and Professor Werner's, and all the low vision people's field. And then research, that's people like me. I just want to know how far down we can force the visual system to go. And then certification, 18 years I need to drive. Medical legal reasons, interesting story, UCC, someone came over and then they hit the person in the left eye. Okay, so the person was hit in the left eye, but the person says that when they hit him in the left eye, the right eye can't see. All right, so we looked inside. Well, it wasn't my case, it was my colleague's case. We looked inside and we saw that this guy had a big toxo scar in the right eye. So how did the blow in the left eye cause the right eye to go blind? So this is what we figured. You see, he has always had his two eyes open. He has never closed one eye before. So when they hit him in the left eye, that's the first time he held his left eye. And then he realized that his right eye can't see. So we had to write and say, as for this one, yeah, you were hit, but that's not what caused the problem. So medical legal reasons. So we need to do some tests to find out why. So the why determines what test we will do and how deeply, how far we will go with that test. And it will become apparent as we go to the next one. Now, I did mention earlier that the tests, they are a lot. They are really a lot. You can do 1,000 of them, right? So how do we navigate? How do we choose which tests to do? And so we'll provide you with this simple 4-step strategy to help you make a choice, all right? And we call it llama, okay? No offense to the llama, you know the one I'm talking about. Okay, so the first one is listen carefully, ask good questions, map your symptoms to your signs. This one I tell my students every time and they look at me odd. We'll come to that. And then you act accordingly. All right. So we go through them. So listening carefully. I can't see faces when far away. People don't necessarily come into your room and say, I can't see the 660 chart, or I can't read beyond, my contrast sensitivity is 1.5. Nobody does that. Or the Ishihara test chart, I will only score 10 over 50. Nobody does that, you know. Of course, maybe you might be weird, but we haven't met you yet, so I'll say all the people that I know so far don't do that. Okay. And they will talk about the task they are unable to do, or how they feel about something they are unable to do anymore. So you realize that they describe mostly their tasks and their emotion, not the test. The test is for you to decide. So listen carefully to what they are saying, because that is what will help you decide what you are going to do next. Then ask good questions. Oh, the computer couldn't transcribe my tree. All right, so the computer has a problem. Yes, I was born in Asante Achimagogo. I was raised in Aija here. Okay, please, how many of us are non-tree speakers so that I can translate for you? Matan dobegbe, mein Deutsch nicht so gut. Je ne parle pas français bien, but I can try. Okay, all right. So classic Kumasi, meniya meya. Now, believe it or not, it is not pain they are talking about. Sorry. Literally, meniya meya means my eyes are paining. I feel pain in my eye. That is the literal translation. But that expression has very little to do with pain most of the time. So we have that language and cultural thing. And I was thinking about it and I realized it's the same thing we say in Ewe. In Kunyavam, it's the same thing. It's my eyes are hurting. So you now have to ask good questions. And here we are saying, how is it hurting? You know? And I even have one story of a 4-year, I think he was about 6 years old when they brought him. And he would tell the teacher that, Minghu. You see, when the teacher teaches and then he asks the boy a question, the boy will say, Minghu. In fact, what the boy was saying is that, I can't see. But in the context of the class, it sounded like, I don't understand. So the boy was actually saying that I can't see the boy. The boy was +8 combined with -4 cylinder. At 6 years. His father was working at post office. What's happened to the post office, by the way? It's still there. All right, okay. Yeah, so that's, yeah, thank you. So we need to understand what it is the person is asking and to ask the right questions. Then map the symptoms to the sign. So I can't see faces when we are far away. So that usually is either a resolution problem or a contrast problem, right? You say, I can see that there's a human figure coming, but I can't make out the details of the face until the person is really close. So that is a resolution problem, a contrast problem. So that is where you want to take your test. I am afraid to drive at night. So you are looking at glare issues or photo stress problem. I fear to cross the road. In fact, I had wanted to say, I'm afraid of crossing the gutter, but it was too long for the size of the box I wanted to use. But some people dread going over a gutter because they can't see the edges, right? So that could be a contrast problem or a field problem again, or stereopsis. They can't judge distances. You'll be shocked how many drivers are driving without proper stereopsis. So these give you a framework in which to choose your test. So for those who just want to know, okay, what are the minimum number of tests I can do to get the maximum information? I'll vote for these 4 tests: acuity, contrast, color, perimetry. They are like your top 4, right? If you do these well, it will give you probably as much information as you need to help your participant, your patient. So you see, the researchers, we always talk about participants, not patients. Okay. And then act accordingly. Prescribe. Once you figured out, once you have assessed the patient correctly, go ahead and do what you need to do. You can prescribe, you can refer, you can counsel, but context matters. Now, Ghana we dey. You see, so we have to prescribe accordingly. Now we've started a project back in UCC. We would give reading glasses, and we asked ourselves the question: is it possible that calling them reading glasses is the reason why people don't wear them? Because I don't read. Why give me reading glasses? So we are trying to reimagine what we should call them. So please, we are taking nominations. Yeah, so they are the local realities that we live with. We might not have all the tests available to us. Some tests are more expensive than others. But whatever it is that you have, use it and use it well. You see, it is your skill that enhances the tools that you have. Okay? So know your tool and then use it well with what you have. That brings us to what we are trying to do. I know I said Ghana we dey, and so sometimes we always tend to think of it as we don't have this, we don't have that, we don't have that. So what we set out to do from 2023 was to change that narrative. We decided that we're going to get whatever is the most sophisticated tool out there and make it available locally. So if you don't have it, it doesn't mean it is not available. We probably have it in UCC. KNUST might probably have it. Just a few days ago, we were super impressed to see an Optos picture. It takes 270 degrees field of the inside of the eyeball. It is amazing what you can see. We have a fundus camera, and we had this patient. We could see up to a point, but when we saw the person's Optos fundus images, you could see all the way almost to the ora serrata, and you can see the degeneration starting in the far periphery, which, as for ophthalmoscope, forget it. You won't see anything. So the point I'm making is that, yes, Ghana we dey, but it is not all bad. At least the equipment are arriving. Capacity is being built. So if you don't have it, don't just say there's nothing to be done. Find a place and then refer the person. So that's what we are doing. We are trying to get the infrastructure available. We are training people. We are doing our research, and we are networking, like connecting with you as I am today. And we want to say a very big thank you. I have a slide that shouldn't be here. I have no idea how it repeated itself, but yes. We got the toffee, finally. So if there's one thing that I just want you to remember, just know that we can do so much more for our patients with whatever we have now. And we want to say a very big thank you to my team, my amazing team. Carl is here, Dillis is here, the rest are back on campus, and also to our own funders, Vilos Stiftung and the University of Cape Coast. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Morni, for such a wholesome presentation. Okay. All right. Please, in case you have any questions, kindly note them down. We have time for that. Next lecture is titled Evidence Synthesis in Low Vision Care, and this will be delivered by the founder and CEO of EAM Consult. It is a private research consulting firm based in Ghana. Kindly join me welcome Dr. Eldad Ejemenu.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'll be discussing the topic Evidence Synthesis in Low Vision Care, Bridging Research Evidence and Resource-Appropriate Clinical Practice in Africa. So low vision care involves a multidisciplinary approach, trying to improve the patient's functional vision to enable them to live independently. And in today's lecture, I would want us to understand the concept and significance of evidence synthesis and how it can be used in low vision care in Africa. We will explore some real-world case scenarios and then discuss the future directions and call to action. So the WHO reports high burden of visual impairment, especially within the African context. And we know that across many African countries, there are uneven service coverage, limited workforce, and inadequate infrastructure to help solve this low vision burden. The WHO's SPECS 2030 initiatives aims to scale up visual and refractive services across the world, and in order for Africa to be able to do that, our policies must be based on local data and effective interventions. Now let's look at the evidence gap. Most systematic reviews of global low vision care has shown that these studies, intervention studies, come from high income countries, and that is because most African studies are small scale, they are descriptive rather than evaluative, and so because they lack these randomized designs and outcomes, they are mostly underrepresented or exempted in most systematic reviews. For most clinicians, we do rely on imported guidelines, for example, models from the US or the UK. And so this has led to inconsistencies in the approach that we use for low vision care, especially within the context. And so the big question remains, where is the evidence that this works within our context? What then is evidence synthesis? So evidence synthesis is a widely used research methodology, and it can be likened to solving a jigsaw puzzle where individual scattered studies are brought together from different sources. They are evaluated for their quality, and then they are put together to form a big comprehensive picture. And there are several types of them. I've tried to list down a few of them on the screen, from systematic reviews to rapid reviews, to scoping reviews, to mapping reviews, meta-analysis, qualitative evidence synthesis, as well as umbrella reviews. Conducting an evidence synthesis involves a step-by-step approach. First of all, you need to generate your research question, try to draft your protocol, which will be a guide to what you want to do in the process, develop and search your papers, screen these papers, appraise them by assessing their quality, extract data from these included studies, put this data together through a synthesis process, and then you report and disseminate these findings. Why is evidence synthesis important in care in Africa? First of all, it helps inform better clinical decision making. And that is because whilst one study may be reporting that this particular intervention is effective, the other study will be reporting minimal benefits. So conducting an evidence synthesis, for example, a systematic review, will enable us to assess which intervention works better for which particular population and under what conditions. This will help clinicians move from their personal preferences to evidence-based practice. Again, evidence synthesis helps in the efficient use of limited resources. And that is because low vision care is competing with other health priorities. So what will enable policymakers and funders to commit resources to low vision care would be the evidence base that we produce. And last but not least is the guideline development and policy formulation. Evidence synthesis or evidence, low vision care should not be based on personal preferences or anything of that sort. It should be based on what the evidence is saying. Once that is done, we will be able to have better rehabilitation strategies. How then do we move from evidence to action? The first thing we need to do is to build capacity for our human resources for eye health. Building capacity means that evidence-based practice is not intuitive. It will require certain skills. For example, interpretation, critical appraisal, and the application of these results. And as part of our initiative to help build the capacity of students, especially in Ghana, my research consulting firm, EAM Consult, has introduced this maiden program we call the Capacity Building for Evidence Synthesis Program. And this year's program is being delivered in collaboration with the Department of Optometry and Visual Science, as well as the Department of Rehabilitation and Disability Studies here in KNUST. And we aim to train these students to build these evidence synthesis skills. One of the teams on this project is actually working on a systematic review aimed at evaluating or synthesizing evidence on the educational challenges and support services that are available to students with visual impairment who are attending mainstream secondary and higher educational institutions in sub-Saharan Africa. And we are hoping that the findings from these results will be useful to various policymakers to help improve inclusive education. Now, the second thing I want to talk about with relation to implementation is the integration of evidence into existing eye health systems. We must find a way of integrating evidence-based recommendations into national eye health policies, health coverage policies, universal health coverage policies or frameworks, as well as several assessment packages within the low vision care. Once we are able to do that, it builds legitimacy. We are able to get good funding for low vision care and so on and so forth. It also helps us as to what kind of data that we need to gather, especially in relation to our national information systems. What data do we need to gather? How do we measure outcomes? And how can we assess the effectiveness of these services that we are providing to our patients? And last but not least is co-creation, where researchers, clinicians, policymakers, and patients work together. If clinicians, as we are now, we are involved in the production of clinical protocols, which are used in treating low vision patients, we would trust these guidelines and use them. And if patients' experience are also incorporated into this implementation, they are more likely to trust the interventions that we are giving to them. So I would like us to look at two case scenarios where evidence synthesis was used to transform service delivery. And the first case I want to talk about is a revolution in low vision service provision in Wales. So prior to 2001, there was a big challenge in relation to low vision care in Wales, where services were fragmented. Patients had to wait for a very long time, sometimes up to 18 months, before they get access to low vision care. And so this policy and inequity gap led to some sort of intervention, new intervention being introduced. And what they did was that they decided to introduce a community-based sort of model to help solve this problem. So what they did was to conduct several comparative studies and synthesize the outcomes from these studies to enable them assess the effectiveness of the community-based models as opposed to the hospital-based models that they were doing. And they measured so many validated outcomes, and there was longitudinal studies to assess the long-term benefits of these community-based interventions. And so this led to the introduction of the community-based model. They had to train and accredit community optometrists to be able to attend to these patients, and referral pathways were standardized. This led to reduced waiting times, improved access, especially for patients who had to travel long distances before they could get low vision care. Patients' functional vision and independence also improved. Study 2 looks at enhancing Ghana's maternal. So between the 90s and the early 2000s, Ghana recorded high maternal and neonatal mortality. And so as part of the progress that we wanted to make towards the Millennium Development Goals and later the SDGs, there were some policy revisions that was happening. And due to the health system reforms that were happening, there was the consideration of the introduction of free maternal health care to help improve access to skilled birth attendance. And so what they did was to conduct desk reviews, both locally and globally, to help inform these national strategies. They looked at various policy briefs, scoping reviews, stakeholder engagements were also conducted to actually assess the benefits of maternal health financing as well as the interventions that are being introduced. And they also adapted the WHO guideline that was in place then. And so following that, there was the introduction of the free maternal health care under the National Health Insurance Scheme. They also developed and implemented various maternal and neonatal child health strategies, which were gathered into clinical guidelines and protocols. They had to also train staff at the implementation process. And so due to that, there was increased antenatal care and facility-based deliveries. We also saw a decline in maternal mortality, and there was improved skilled birth attendance coverage. I would like everyone to just take a minute to think of your last patient with low vision. What was the single most important goal that this patient expressed? And what is one specific piece of research-backed evidence that's a non-optical strategy that you would use to help him or her achieve that goal better than a traditional high-power magnifier alone? And I'm sure someone can develop this into a research question which can be answered through a systematic review. So as eye care professionals, what's next for us? How can we be involved in evidence synthesis? The first thing we need to do is build foundational skills in evidence synthesis. We need to understand the key methodologies that are involved, and we can do this by utilizing the free online resources that are available by various organizations like the JBI and Cochrane. We can also take advantage of in-person workshops that are being organized locally to help build our skill set. Create or join local evidence synthesis research groups by forming journal clubs or collaborating with various universities, just as I am doing the Department of Optometry here in KNUST. Doing that, we undertake various practice-based evidence synthesis projects. And we can start with documenting our clinical case reports and then conduct scoping or systematic reviews on these local issues that we have been able to identify within our clinics. And then to a larger extent, we can extend the focus to research gaps within the sub-Saharan African context by looking at areas like service delivery, financing, and so on. So what is the future direction in terms of research and evidence synthesis for Africa? First, we need to look at context-specific effectiveness of the various interventions that we are using within our context, and it shouldn't end there. An intervention may be effective, but may present cost. So we also need to assess, in addition to effectiveness, the cost effectiveness of these interventions. Are they scalable? Do they provide value compared to other interventions that have been imported? We need to look at these areas. The second thing we need to do is to conduct systematic and scoping reviews of implementation studies. Most low vision programs in Africa remain stuck at the pilot level. So we need to investigate what are the barriers and facilitators to this implementation. What are some of the governance and political factors affecting this implementation? It will be helpful for us to understand these through evidence synthesis. And last but not least, we need systematic reviews on outcomes beyond visual acuity. Helping improve the patient's functional vision is very good, but we need to go beyond that by looking at outcomes related to their education, employment, and independence. In that way, low vision care will not just be a luxury, but would contribute to human capital development. So as we conclude, I want us to answer a very simple but important question. What kind of low vision care do we want to see in Africa? A service where it is fragmented, underfunded, or a service where it is evidence-driven and context-responsive? And so we all have a duty to this call. As low vision practitioners, we need to document clinical outcomes, share the relevant data, and partner with researchers. As researchers, we also need to prioritize African-led systematic and scoping reviews by looking at very important areas that relate to the African context, such as affordability, rural access, lifelong outcomes. Policymakers and institutions need to invest in evidence synthesis capacity and also support the integration evidence into national eye health and disability policies. And last but not least, patients and the community must also engage in shared decision making and provide feedback on the various treatment or intervention outcomes. I would like to acknowledge these institutions and also Dr. Ekufu and Dr. Abraham who are here today. These are some useful references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eldad. Please let's give it up once again for our speakers. we'll take questions now. If you have any question for Prof. Werner, for Dr. Moni, Dr. Eldad, kindly let us know. And for our online audience, you can also send your questions through our WhatsApp platform, and we'll get them answered for you. Questions, please. Okay, we have one question here.
Hello. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Doc, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Talking about research, I work in a research institution, so it did grab my attention. I'm just wondering. I'm sure you are aware that we have. You did mention that a lot of our work doesn't make it into systematic reviews. Do you have a suggestion as to what we can do with that bit? Do we just throw it away, or is there something we can do with the work that has already been done? Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Doc. So, to be able to assess the real effectiveness of an intervention, there are some of research that will help you to assess the true effectiveness. And particularly with randomized controlled trials, which are being conducted, especially in high-income countries, because of the nature of these trials, they limit a lot of biases and so on and so forth. But within our African context, we do conduct a lot of these clinical trials. So what I would say is that, yes, we can use our cross-sectional studies and the other types of observational studies that we conduct within the African context, but those kind of studies might not be giving us the true value of the effectiveness of these interventions. And that's where the government needs to come and help our researchers build on these sort of clinical trial researches to help us real effectiveness of these interventions. These studies will form the basis of the various evidence synthesis projects that we do, and that will help the African context. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right, thank you. So from a clinical background and then also an academic, I see there is a lot of disinterest when it comes to research, especially from the clinical background. Also, I think that a contributory factor is the busyness with clinical schedules. Seeing a patient, some of our facilities are so loaded, we start work from morning until evening. And so because of the workload, and maybe some other factors, it becomes difficult for clinicians to also engage in regular research activities. In what realistic ways can we ensure collaboration between clinical practitioners and academics? They can give us real data so that we can fill in that void of lack of clinical trials, which are usually expensive and our African fundings cannot do much. How realistically can we establish this collaboration so we can get our real data and then develop them into quality research?
Thank you for your question, Doc. I think this is a very practical one. Yes, our clinicians need to obtain this data for us, but in my presentation, I made mention of the fact that the various data, the outcomes that we assess, these should be standardized. Once we are able to have a sort of protocol that is guiding what everyone is doing within his or her clinic, these outcomes are standardized. And so we can use this data, build on this data to help generate the needed evidence that we need within our African context. Now, to answer your question practically, I think we should be able to find a way of collaborating. Just as my institution is independently working with the Department of Optometry and Visual Science, as well as the Department of Disability and Rehabilitation Studies, clinicians need to partner with researchers. This work is not a standalone work for specific groups of people. We all need to work together, and I listed a number of stakeholders: clinicians, researchers, policymakers, institutions, and even patients themselves need to be active participants within this process. Once we are able to do that, we'll be able to generate the needed data. And so I'm just hoping that after this conference or before this conference ends, we'll be able to form various teams. These teams can meet and discuss various clinical reports or researches that emanate from people's projects, and then following that, share ideas as to how they can use this type of research evidence into whatever they are doing within their clinical practice. So there should be that sort of collaboration between clinicians and researchers. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. I think our speakers this morning have given us more insight into what low vision care and rehabilitation is. I would just want to get some few insight from Dr. Mon concerning presentation about visual function and what in that regard. And I would want, as President was talking about having registry for low vision centers, I think this time around, I would also, as if we can have a registry, not just limited to that of low vision care, but the various specialized services that Dr. Amoni talked about. Because we may have facilities that most clinicians be aware. And so if you have such cases to refer to, I think something that begs for action. Thank you.
Yes, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question, but I just remembered I had wanted to point something out when you just asked. Give me one. This one. Yeah, okay. Please, how many of you know what this is? You don't count. How many of you know what that is? Give me the mass, any one of that. Okay. I had wanted to show this and I forgot, but you've just brought up the question. Yeah. Believe it or not, I was doing my PhD. That was the first time I actually held one of this. It's a Pelleropsin chart. Okay. I answered, or did I tell you I was the best optometry student in my year group? Yeah. The licensure, not the whole Ghana at that time. It's not that we're many anyway, we're just 5, but still I was the best. So the best the best licensure student had passed all his exams and he hadn't held a Pelleropsin chart before. Right? Okay. What we want to do is that we want to shorten the time it takes for our students to see a Pelleropsin chart. So now we have a Pelleropsin chart in the school and they come and do tests. All right. So what do? We are trying to do some of these things. Some of these things, they are not really that complicated, right? We can get a chart like this and make it available. So you want to test the contrast sensitivity of your patient, or you can send the person over, we can do that. The more sophisticated thing we do is that we measure electrical signals in people's eyes. We did a workshop last year, Abi and a few others were there, and we showed them what we can do. But the big thing that we do is that we do have the capacity to do electrophysiology. The same way that we do EEGs or do brain stuff, we can do it for the eye. And that helps us to diagnose conditions that are otherwise harder to diagnose. So mostly we say when you have the unsolved cases, you've done all you know to do and you still don't know what it is, you can send them over and then we look at that. So those are the kind of cases that we are interested in. But we also do simple stuff like this there as well. Yeah.
So this is a suggestion. I think the rep for the Eye Care Secretariat, that this and Dr. Ajiman is also here. At the 2021 in training by Eye Care Secretariat, it captured ophthalmic nurses, opticians, optometrists at Koforidua. The aim was to have us work hand in hand and then probably see cases, attend to them. We were supposed to roll those back to school who were actually visually impaired or low vision. I remember at our practical session at the Ekopon School of the Blind, we screened almost all the students. Funny enough, just about 45% qualified to be there. Because with just glasses, they were reading 6.5 thereabouts. That is the challenge. Now, Eye Care Secretariat was there, representing all of us. The challenge. How we ensure that this kind of practical research that came about with a lot of finance implemented. So it calls for the Eye Care Secretariat, which is the lead for all cadres, to institute research. My facility can do a research. It will sit in my facility because Eye Care Secretariat might not pick it up to effect policy. The ophthalmic nurses station, OSG, they can do their own research, come out with very good findings. But once Eye Care Secretariat sits there and says, this is what I am interested in. So in as much as we want to make headway in low vision or any other specialty in the eye field, I am thinking that the schools should lead us with the association's head leading us so that Eye Care Secretariat becomes the main proposer of these things. We do a joint research because from last year, I have about 50 low vision patients I've seen. These are people I can easily interact and give you a lot of information about how they think we should even modify our services. Clinicians are around. I know roughly when Kwame consulted me and then we did a final list of registry of low vision, we had about 20 plus. 14. If all the 14 were doing clinician response, patient's response together with other factors, and Eye Care Secretariat was picking all these things, I think we've made about 70 to 80%, possibly finding the practical reality standardized models that we want to use for our low vision. So it's a proposal. I know Dr. Ajiman and then Jima is here. If you can speak to our board so that once Dr. Remy, Alfred, and then our seniors are here, they team up. We are available to give the practical data collection and all those things. But we want it to end at the Eye Care Secretariat so that they can push. Because GOA does it. Or the corner, if also interested. Once Eye Care Secretariat might not be interested, you've done it. But in reality, it wouldn't affect policy making. Because the end of Dr. Eldart's presentation comes with when all these things are done, it should have an effect on policy making. Thank you.
take 2 more questions. Do we have any questions
Okay,
from
so
our online audience? Okay.
yes, mine is in relation to collaboration between the clinicians and the researchers. I want to suggest that if it's possible, let's have a common protocol and then maybe an app where a clinician, maybe in Pavlugu, following agreed protocols, comes out with maybe a condition or a case, can maybe just up and then provide the information, which would then be centralized for the researchers to then come out with whatever data they can come out with. So that is what I suggest.
Okay, so I want to make a suggestion. In the afternoon, no, maybe later in the day, we'll be having reflections on all the discussions we have had. And so I want to put across, let's be thinking around this so that when we meet for that session, we can make some proposals. Now, those in clinic, especially those in government facilities, for their promotions, research may not. And so, so why would a person leave his clinical practice and other ask for their appraisal and come and do research? In academia, I want it because it will, I have a lot of motivation. So what is the incentive in these research collaborations for the clinician so that they are motivated? When you go to ask for data, the first thought is the Kojini promotion. And the person is already discouraged. It's not like the data is not there, but to spend the time to pull that data for you, they must also get something. So what are the incentives, realistically, so that we are able to develop a team where clinicians are benefiting in their context, academicians are benefiting in their context, and in the end, the general eye care sector benefits. So let's be thinking around this. When we meet later for the reflections, we'll take some inputs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, my name is Dr. Stella Maris Chiamaka Onyebuli. I'm from Nigeria, actually. So I don't know. I think I'm doing Nigerian here. Okay. So okay, okay. First up, before I ask my question, I want to really say I'm actually very, very grateful to be here. I'm really impressed with the depth of research and work that is being done in this on the research aspect of vision, though, for my own country. So it's such an honor to be here. I see a lot of things people do on LinkedIn. I don't know, I'm a big follower of many people here, and I know them by their faces, but I know they don't know me. So I like what they do here, and I'm really happy to be here. Like, I've learned a lot, and I'm really impressed with what you do here. So my question is, you know, from all the speakers, they keep mentioning sub-Saharan Africa, you know, everything about the research or whatever they're doing has to, in the end, is to improve low vision service in sub-Saharan Africa. So coming from Nigeria myself, with the dense population and the dense sample size by default, in what ways or what are the plans this organization is trying to incorporate whatever they are doing into other countries like Nigeria, and what strategies, what plans do you have into maybe data collection or something like that to be able to ensure that things like this are also going on in the country, in my own country, Nigeria? Thank you.
Yes, Nigeria, we are affiliates. Don't worry, actually, my dad was in Abia State for a while, and then I've been to Lagos small, so that's my link to Nigeria. We are also very interested. In fact, both optometry schools actually owe a lot to Nigeria, because when our program started and we're upgrading to the OD, we had to bring people in from Nigeria to support both programs. So thank you for being here. We also say thank you to you for supporting us. We do have some collaborations going on. Last year when we did our program, we had 2 people, I think from University of Benin or so, And I think you are here today as well. So I think it's also about knowing people personally. It's usually easier once you know people, there's trust. So you being here is fantastic. It's one of the things that would happen, and then it would get to others, because who is Akufu? Who is Enyam? Why should I follow the person on LinkedIn or anything like that? But when you say, oh, I was at this program, this person was there, then it makes sense, and then we can link up. So in practical ways, you being here is amazing. I'm sure Remy and Co have also been to the NOSA programs as well. So these are ways in which we are trying to make things happen. Yeah.
I also like to say that I think the whole designed to inspire change across Africa for low vision care and also service delivery. So I think every country has its own uniqueness, and there is a lot of, from what we've discovered through the work we've done, there is a need for more stakeholder engagement at the beginning to really know what is really needed and what will really work in each country. So those kind of conversations, I think we could also share through that process. And we've shared what we've been able to do the last 2.5 years, getting to 3 years. And I think that from that point, we can also move on to also, if there are other, in Nigeria, there are states that would like to also maybe replicate or also learn from our experiences. We're more than willing to support in that regard as well. I'll give to Werner. Do you want?
Thank you very much, and I also appreciate your attendance here. So far, as Kwatwu mentioned, the idea was to create a role model, yeah, to try, does it work, because everything started with these draft of these international standards. I come in close with this document around 2020, 2019. And now there is another document in the pipeline. I expect the publication in March from the WHO, because this document is only a description what is the status quo all over the world in all continents, and what is a good idea. So it's only the idea with these primary, secondary, tertiary level, and they suggest a curriculum to train the different professionalities. But to transfer everything into reality, this is a total different story, in my opinion. Maybe you have other experience in other fields. I can only give my personal experience. I came from abroad. I stepped here into Kumasi, KNUST, 4 years ago. And yes, it could be also transferred to another country, definitely. But as Kwatwu mentioned, you have an own situation, but I think it's not so difficult, because I expect that you will also have another situation in northern Ghana and maybe close to the coast, or east or west. Yeah. So there would be the possibility to transfer it also to other countries, if I speak in regard of support from a foundation. But my wish would be that the result of this meeting over the weekend is that we come closer in our network and we try what's working, and may there is some support from I don't know where, yes, but it should be more driven by your own network, yeah. And so I think we are now here. We have time until tomorrow noon, and yeah, let's look and go forward. What can we achieve together? And maybe in some personal conversations we can speak about more details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to briefly comment on the question that my brother asked. First of all, I will let the National ICAT Secretariat know about the concern, specifically about the Akropong research and what became of it. Yeah, but I think it's quite painful when lots of effort go into doing some work and it ends up gathering dust on this. So, and we know that it is through this evidence that we can influence policy that can make the change that all of us are craving for. So it's something that I'm sure Dr. Afake will be made aware of, and I'll get back to you on this. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your questions and suggestions. So I have good news. We are going for a coffee break. Yes. Oh, you're not happy you're going for coffee break? All right. So we have about 15 minutes. There is a door to your left. Kindly step out for a quick snack, and then we'll continue with our sessions. Thank you so much for your time. Please, we have about 3 minutes more to end our coffee break. Please, we have about 3 minutes more. Let's quickly wrap up. Please, our coffee break is over. Let's kindly take our seats. Okay. As we are all still taking our snacks, we would like to play some videos. The first one is by a very dedicated optometrist and an expert in low vision rehabilitation, specializing in low vision devices and dispensing optics. She is the lecturer and a researcher. She's a lecturer and a researcher at the University of Free State, Miss Sidika Jetam.
Good day, everyone. I'm Sidika Jetam. I'm from the University of the Free State in South Africa. And before I commence with the really fun stuff, I want to thank the organizers of the event for the opportunity to be part of this historic gathering of vision rehabilitation experts in Africa. During this session, I'm not going to focus on specific brands of magnifiers, telescopes, or devices. Those will be covered later. Instead, I want us to step back and ask a more important question. What do visual aids actually do to visual function? Meaning, how do visual aids change what users are able to see and do? Because ultimately, we are not prescribing devices, we are prescribing improved function. As optometrists, we frequently measure visual acuity, but in low vision care, our responsibility goes beyond measurement. It's about maximizing functional vision and improving independence. We often anchor ourselves to visual acuity, but patients do not live their lives on a Snellen chart. Visual function goes beyond just acuity. Two patients with the same VA can have very different daily functioning. Contrast, field loss, and glare all have functional implications. Our choice of aid must match these diverse needs. A patient can have unchanged acuity with the device, but dramatically improved function. And that distinction is critical in low vision care. Therefore, our management must be task-specific and individualized. We must consider functional performance, how they see in daily life, including reading, navigating, and recognizing objects. Here's a quick overview of the types of visual aids. Very briefly, optical devices include head magnifiers, stand magnifiers, telescopes, prisms, and filters.
These devices manipulate light to improve size or clarity. The second type would be your non-optical or electronic digital devices. These are often underprescribed, yet they can significantly improve functional performance with minimal cost by enhancing contrast, lighting, or even substitute vision with audio. We won't go into the brands right now, but understanding the types helps us link them to functional mechanisms. Now let's look at what these devices actually do. The first mechanism is magnification, which simply increases the size of the target. This is often the most familiar approach. By enlarging text or objects, we make details easier to resolve. However, magnification alone is not always the solution. Increasing size can reduce field of view, slow reading, and sometimes create fatigue. So when magnification is powerful, it must be prescribed thoughtfully and with a clear functional goal in mind. So the key clinical question becomes, is the patient resolution limited or field limited? Because bigger is not always better. Good day everyone, I'm Siddiqa Jatam. I'm from the University of the Free State in South Africa. And before I commence with the really fun stuff, I want to thank the organizers of the event for the opportunity to be part of this historic gathering of vision rehabilitation experts in Africa. During this session, I'm not going to focus on specific brands of magnifiers, telescopes, or devices. Those will be covered later. Instead, I want us to step back and ask a more important question. What do visual aids actually do to visual function? Meaning, how do visual aids change what users are able to see and do? Because ultimately, we are not prescribing devices. We are prescribing improved function. As optometrists, we frequently measure visual acuity. But in low vision care, our responsibility goes beyond measurement. It's about maximizing functional vision and improving independence. We often anchor ourselves to visual acuity, but patients do not live their lives on a Snellen chart. Visual function goes beyond just acuity. Two patients with the same VA can have very different daily functioning. Contrast, field loss, and glare all have functional implications. Our choice of aid must match these diverse needs. A patient can have unchanged acuity with the device, but dramatically improved function. And that distinction is critical in low vision care. Therefore, our management must be task-specific and individualized. We must consider functional performance, how they see in daily life, including reading, navigating, and recognizing objects. Here's a quick overview of the types of visual aids. Very briefly, optical devices include hand magnifiers, stand magnifiers, telescopes, prisms, and filters. These devices manipulate light to improve size or clarity. The second type would be your non-optical or electronic digital devices. These are often underprescribed, yet they can significantly improve functional performance with minimal cost by enhancing contrast, lighting, or even substitute vision with audio. We won't go into the brands right now, but understanding the types helps us link them to functional mechanisms. Now let's look at what these devices actually do. The first mechanism is magnification, which simply increases the size of the target. This is often the most familiar approach. By enlarging text or objects, we make details easier to resolve. However, magnification alone is not always the solution. Increasing size can reduce field of view, slow reading, and sometimes create fatigue. So when magnification is powerful, it must be prescribed thoughtfully and with a clear functional goal in mind. So the key clinical question becomes, is the patient resolution limited or field limited? Because bigger is not always better. The second mechanism is contrast enhancement. In many real-world situations, patients struggle not because objects are too small, but because they do not stand out clearly from their background. A patient may be able to read large print in the clinic, yet still struggle to read gray medicine label, identify steps, or even distinguish food on a plate. This highlights that visibility is not only about size, it is also about how clearly something is defined against its background. Improving contrast can make text appear sharper, edges more distinct, and environments easier to interpret. Even small adjustments, such as using bold markers, high contrast reading materials, colored overlays, or digital contrast settings, can significantly improve performance. In some cases, patients report immediate functional benefit simply by changing background color on a phone or increasing text boldness. What is important here is that contrast enhancement is often simple, low cost, and highly effective. For certain patients, especially those with reduced contrast sensitivity, these strategies may provide greater functional improvement than increasing magnification. It reminds us to look beyond size and consider how visual information is presented. Next, we consider lighting, which is a critical yet sometimes overlooked component of visual function. Lighting influences not only how clearly a patient sees, but also how long they can sustain visual tasks comfortably. Many patients with low vision describe fluctuating performance depending on lighting conditions. They may function well in one environment and struggle in another. Appropriate lighting can enhance contrast, improve clarity, and reduce visual fatigue. For example, directed task lighting may make reading easier, while diffuse lighting may reduce glare for patients with media opacities. The quality, intensity, and position of light all matter, and what works for one patient may not work for another. It is also important to remember that excessive lighting can be just as problematic as insufficient lighting. Glare can reduce contrast, cause discomfort, and interfere with task performance. Therefore, lighting assessment often involves a process of trial and adjustment, helping patients identify what is most comfortable and effective for their daily tasks. So it's a bit of a trial to find the right balance. Ultimately, good lighting supports endurance. It can allow patients to read longer, perform tasks more efficiently, and experience less visual fatigue, all of which contribute to meaningful functional improvement. Another mechanism is audio substitution, where technology provides an alternative pathway for accessing information. Rather than relying solely on residual vision, patients can use auditory input to complete tasks and interact with their environment. Tools such as text-to-speech, object recognition, and navigation apps allow users to access written material, identify products, interpret surroundings, and move through spaces with greater confidence. For many patients, particularly those with more significant vision loss, these tools shift the focus from trying to see better to actually finding different ways to access information. An important aspect of audio substitution is that it promotes independence. Tasks that once required assistance, like reading correspondence, identifying money, or navigating unfamiliar environments, can often be performed independently with appropriate training and technology. This not only improves function, but it also enhances confidence and participation. It is also worth noting that audio tools do not replace vision entirely. Instead, they complement residual vision, creating a multimodal approach to function. When combined with other strategies such as magnification, contrast, and lighting, audio substitution becomes part of a comprehensive, patient-centered management plan. Let's talk a little bit about text-to-speech. Many smartphones have built-in features to read text aloud. On the iPhones, Tools like VoiceOver and Speak Screen convert on-screen or photographed text into speech. On Android phones, you get TalkBack and Select to Speak, which are applications that do the same. These features help users with low vision or reading difficulties access text more easily and independently. Here's a video demonstrating how the Lookout app on an Android phone helps a visually impaired person identify and read text.
Text. This is a video demonstrating text-to-speech features of available cellular phone applications. In this video, the Lookout application from Google Play Store is used. The presenter has no affiliation to any assistive technology software demonstrated.
Vision substitution using text-to-speech apps are great for accessing written content because they convert on-screen text into speech. However, everyday environments, look around you. It includes much more than just text. Object recognition apps help fill this gap by identifying items, describing surroundings, and even supporting navigation. And these types of apps allow visually impaired users to interact more independently with their environments. This video shows the Envision Ally app, which is available on both Android as well as iOS devices. It helps a visually impaired person identify objects and understand their surroundings. This changes grocery shopping, navigation, and major daily living.
Describe my surroundings.
Let me take a look. In the image, the setting appears to be a meeting or conference room. You see a light wooden table with two chairs positioned on the opposite side. On the table, there is a single sheet of white paper placed near the right edge, and to its left, a small white saucer holding a clear...
If we only measure acuity, we miss the real impact of visual aids. Visual acuity tells us how small a letter a patient can see under ideal conditions, but it does not tell us how well they function in daily life. To truly understand outcomes, we should be measuring reading speed, task completion time, contrast sensitivity, even patient-reported independence. So let's have a look at reading speed. Reading speed reflects how efficiently a patient can process text in real-world conditions. It considers fluency, endurance, and comfort, not just whether letters can be identified. For many patients with low vision, maintaining functional reading speed is far more meaningful than a small change in acuity. Task completion measures how long a patient takes to perform everyday tasks, such as reading a label, dialing a phone number, preparing medication, or even using a cellular phone. Faster, smoother task performance often reflects meaningful functional improvement, even if acuity remains unchanged. Many daily tasks rely more on contrast than on fine detail. Reduced contrast sensitivity affects mobility, face recognition, and reading in dim lighting. Improvement here often translates directly into safer navigation and greater confidence. Do not forget patient-reported independence. Yes, objective measures are important, but the patient's experience matters most. Does the patient feel more confident? Are they performing tasks independently? Are they less reliant on others? Functional measures tell the real story because they reflect how vision rehabilitation impacts everyday life. Now that we have discussed how functional improvement can be measured, it is helpful to see how these measures translate into real clinical practice. The following case illustrates how targeted interventions can lead to meaningful functional change. Let's consider this patient who had a visual acuity of 636. And after intervention, acuity remained unchanged. However, reading speed doubled. The patient uses text-to-speech for financial documents, also uses object recognition while shopping, and the patient reports improved independence. Basically, this is success, even without acuity change. The case shows that visual acuity remained unchanged. It's still 636 despite the intervention. Yet, the patient experienced clear functional benefits after the introduction of those visual aids. This highlights an important concept in low vision rehabilitation. Clinical measures of visual acuity do not always reflect real-world visual performance. The doubling of reading speed suggests that the visual aid improved access to text, likely through magnification, contrast enhancement, or reduced visual effort. Even without improved acuity, these changes can enhance reading efficiency and comfort. The patient's use of text-to-speech for managing the bills demonstrates the value of electronic and non-optical aids. These technologies compensate for visual limitations by providing auditory access to information, supporting independence in financial tasks. Similarly, the use of object recognition for shopping indicates improved environmental interaction. Assistive technology reduces reliance on visual identification and enables safer, more confident task completion. The patient reported greater independence. Let me repeat. The patient reported greater independence, which is a key outcome in low vision care. Functional improvements in daily activities often have a greater impact on quality of life than measurable changes in acuity. Overall, this case illustrates that low vision interventions enhance functional vision, task performance, and independence, even when visual acuity remains stable and unchanged. As we conclude, it's useful to step back and reflect on what visual aids are really doing. Throughout this discussion, we've seen that each intervention works through a specific mechanism. Magnification increases size, contrast improves discrimination, lighting supports clarity and endurance, and audio tools provide an alternative pathway when vision alone is not sufficient. The key takeaway is that no single device is universally the best. What matters is understanding the patient's difficulty and matching the intervention to the mechanism that will address that challenge. This reinforces our role as vision rehabilitation experts. We are not simply prescribing magnifiers, filters, or apps. We are problem solving. We are identifying barriers to function and selecting strategies that meaningfully improve participation in daily activities. Ultimately, when we shift our thinking from devices to mechanisms, our management becomes more targeted, more patient-centered, and more effective in supporting independence and quality of life. The main goal: we must prescribe for function, not just acuity. Our success is measured by the patient's independence, not just their ability to read a chart. Remember that contrast may matter more than size. Simply making things bigger doesn't help if the patient can't distinguish the edges. Don't ignore non-visual options. Audio tools are powerful substitutes for reducing visual fatigue. Technology alone isn't enough because training improves outcomes. Patients need to learn the technique to master the tool. And of course, embrace modern technology. Smartphones are practical visual aids that are already in the patient's pocket. I'll end with this. Visual aids do not restore vision. They optimize function. And when we measure the right outcomes, we see that their impact can be profound. Thank you.
And that was a beautiful presentation on the effects of visual aids on visual function by Ms. Sikida Jetam. Next, we're going to have another video presentation, and it is about getting the best out of clinical practice.
Good day, everyone.
Getting the best out of clinical practice, and this will also be delivered by an associate professor of optometry at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She's also the founder and host of the Life Beyond Clinical Practice podcast, Dr. Diane van Staden.
It's a delight for me today to introduce myself to you. I'm Dr. Diane van Staden, South African trained optometrist with a background in low vision, who is passionate about systems development for eye care in Africa. And today at the West African Low Vision Workshop, I'm delighted to present to you my talk on leading the future of low vision in West Africa. And really, I want to frame this talk as an opportunity for African optometrists in general, from the lens of using professional development as a leadership strategy to addressing the known gaps in low vision care on our continent. Now, it goes without saying that low vision and blindness in Africa represent a major public health challenge, and I think that's why you're all gathered here on this weekend to talk about just this. Because there's an acknowledgement of the historical hurdles that have impacted access to care that include shortages of trained personnel, access to resources, poverty, rising burdens of diabetes and other chronic conditions that impact low vision later in life. And so what do we do about these things? While low vision is a clinical issue and there's an obvious clinical need to address the problem of low vision on our continent, there's also a broader systems issue. But today my talk is really about positioning low vision as a leadership opportunity, as a professional development opportunity. And I want to reframe the gaps that I mentioned earlier. Yes, there are systems level gaps, but I don't believe that we need to necessarily know more about low vision. I'd like to propose that the challenges we still encounter with low vision in Africa are as a result of a leadership gap. And therefore, leadership in low vision is really what's going to transform low vision care on the continent. So this is the frame of my talk today. Low vision is really a leadership opportunity because leadership, bold leadership, transforms health systems. So let's first look at the context in which we practice as optometrists on the African continent. I mentioned some of these earlier. We've got similar patterns to global trends with rising aging populations, increase in diabetes-related vision impairment, and particularly relevant to the African continent, we see health systems that are battling many systemic challenges, such as weak referral systems, lack of policy, not enough strong training programs, especially in specialized care. So these various factors all interplay in contributing to a reduction in structured low vision and rehabilitation services present on the continent within and between countries. So what's missing? And really, there's a whole range of things that are missing, and I'm going to start as a former educator at the level of training. We all know that specialized training pipelines for low vision are limited on the continent. This means we simply don't have enough people who have the expertise or confidence to practice low vision, to transform health systems through their expertise, whether that be through advocacy, policy, and just using their both clinical skills as well as their personal development or soft skills to be able to contribute to systems transformation. And then there's the data gap. While lots more research is being done on the continent, we know that data collection and outcome tracking at a service delivery level is also lacking. So without credible data and with scattered research on small populations, it's difficult to make really broad and impactful policy decisions when we don't know the true extent of the picture within countries. And then there's a challenge with referral systems. Of course, this varies from country to country depending on the health system structure and the available human resources to address low vision needs. But when this is not standardized, when we're not clear on who is responsible for what at which level of the healthcare system, then often patients fall through the cracks and don't get the care that they need. Another thing that is missing is multidisciplinary coordination. We need to place low vision squarely within the disability space by working with a whole range of other clinical professionals who can support low vision patients in their care cycle, can support them long term in terms of improving their quality of life and helping to ensure that they reach their full potential. And then, of course, there's the integrated ecosystems, not just healthcare systems, social support systems, financial support systems. So it's much broader than just a patient at the level of a clinic or hospital receiving services. But how can we support low vision care holistically? And so you can see that there's a whole wide range of gaps. And I want to reframe those gaps as opportunities for you to become part of the solution. Be a change maker, start developing leadership, find your voice in those spaces, and collectively, the more of us contribute to those individual buckets, the more we will start to see systemic change and positive change in low vision care and rehabilitation. And so in the African region in general, the greatest gaps are really invitations for career opportunity. I meet so many optometrists who feel boxed in, who feel bored by the day-to-day of just essentially doing eye exams. And they crave more meaning, they crave more purpose. They want a broader landscape for professional opportunity. So I'd like to challenge you to start thinking of yourself beyond just a clinician in a hospital, in a clinic, but really as someone who has potential to be a service architect. Whether that's as a clinical specialist, whether that's as a full-time, part-time educator, or even mentor. If you've been practicing low vision for a while and you feel confident enough to pass your expertise on to the next generation, that's a way you can impact the expansion of low vision care and rehabilitation for years to come. You can get involved in policy, work alongside NGOs, get involved in research to create the much needed data I spoke about, or even be someone who brings in technology, right? We know access to technologies and equipment is often a challenge in Africa, but can you be someone who facilitates technology adoption, who speaks to companies in other countries to become sponsors or collaborators with educational institutions, hospital organizations, so that patients have access to the best technology? Where's your passion? What are you best interested in? And how can you contribute through that? So the challenge is to think much broader than just your clinical role and title. So let's look at professional development versus career strategy. The old way of thinking is really just improving ourselves, right? A CPD mindset. We attend low vision courses, we learn new skills, we earn continuing education points, we update our knowledge regularly, whatever those things are to maintain professional registration. But the new way and the shift in thinking is, how can we use this as a career development strategy to build a niche around some of the areas that I mentioned in the previous slide, to build influence in that particular area, to redesign your own scope of practice and scope, not just of practice, but of influence. In what ways can you influence the health system? In what ways can you influence optometry education, or perhaps multidisciplinary approaches to low vision care? And by shifting your thinking, you can really expand your impact and grow your leadership within the low vision space. And so to lead low vision, you really need 3 levers. The first is clinical depth, which I think most of you who are here, that's probably your primary goal, is how can you build more credibility as a low vision practitioner, educator, whatever hat you wear. And that's critically important to understand the clinical dimension. Then the second is really how to translate that into systems level thinking. And that's what elevates you to positions of leadership. So it's connecting the dots from the doing at a clinical service delivery level to the reshaping of systems as someone who steps up to the challenge of leadership, and then to build influence more broadly to take this message of low vision expansion and rehabilitation beyond the borders of your clinic, hospital, university, organization, whatever that might be. And that's really how do you build visibility? How do you get your voice heard? How do you promote messaging that helps to address the needs within low vision care in Africa? And so each of these levers needs attention. If you want to use low vision as a platform to grow your professional profile, as a platform to advance your leadership interests, but also as an opportunity to impact low vision care and rehabilitation in positive ways for the long term at a systems level. So if we break these down individually, looking at clinical depth, it's really just beyond the basic care, right? It's looking into advanced low vision rehabilitation and training. And I know there are efforts on the continent now to really scale that up. So how can you position yourself to advance your clinical depth in one of these training initiatives? And if there's nothing close to where you are, where can you access such training to build clinical depth? Then assistive technology literacy, and fortunately with the internet and artificial intelligence and all of these tools, it's become more accessible for us to really become aware of what is out there and how we can use that to improve our practice. In functional vision assessment expertise, I know for many, especially newer institutions that may not be fully capacitated, some students exit university still not feeling fully confident in functional vision assessment. And so how can we support these as emerging leaders, as aspiring leaders? Is there a way you can contribute to helping to strengthen this area of clinical depth? And then some other examples like pediatric low vision specialization or other specialization arms within low vision clinical practice that you can select as your niche to make a contribution to, as well as outcome measurement frameworks that then help to inform and improve how low vision services are delivered going forward. Then lever 2 is the systems thinking, and this is really where everything is interconnected. Because working in isolation as a clinician, disconnected from policy influences, the broader healthcare system, it's really like, water dripping into a bucket. It will take us forever to get to our desired outcome of improved low vision services and rehabilitation for populations in Africa if we don't look at things from a systems level. So ask yourself, who are the role players or collaborators that have some influence or contribution to make when it comes to low vision care and rehabilitation? Are there schools, community health centers, governments, NGOs, whoever those might be? How can you engage them to better support patient journeys, or perhaps even to identify service bottlenecks, community support organizations, dependent on where you are, maybe good opportunities to really understand what's happening at the level of the patient, where they live, what challenges they face accessing services, understanding referral networks and pathways, and where some of the loopholes may be that are impacting service efficiency. And then building partnerships, looking for strategic partners that can help improve quality of care and overall efficiency of access to care for patients who are visually impaired. So Again, not looking at yourself as working in isolation or working just in your individual capacity to try and chip away at this low vision care and rehabilitation block, but working as part of a collective system to improving access to care and how services are delivered for this population in need. And then the final lever being influence building. How can we create more awareness around the needs? And many of you are working at the coalface. You will know firsthand what those needs and challenges are. How can you bring those messages to the fore? You know, without just speaking about them amongst your colleagues or complaining about challenges that we've been grappling with for 10 or 20 years and nothing has changed. Really, if it's to be, you take up the baton. If you want to see change, be part of that change. Be the change you want to see, because if you are invisible or inaudible, your ideas are invisible or your voice is inaudible to the broader society, right? So if you feel passionate enough about it, how can you bring your voice to the fore? How can you create more visibility around the issue? And this can be things like, you know, publishing case reports, sharing some of your clinical knowledge and insights, being part of a journal club, conducting research, teaching, speaking at conferences much like this one, engaging in policy forums, volunteering to be part of committees and groups and task teams that are looking at strategies to improve low vision services, not expecting somebody else to design or develop the solution, but being part of the solution and addressing the needs and gaps we face. And then if you feel comfortable enough, build your online presence, start speaking about these more global or public platforms so there's more awareness creation, and you can also tap into the skills, insights, expertise, and perhaps even resources of individuals and organizations outside of your region that can help the cause. So you don't need to leave clinical practice to really lead. I just want to emphasize that. You can be a great clinician with clinical depth and still at the coalface, but using your passion, it's something you feel strongly about, find ways to be part of advancing the cause of low vision beyond just your individual clinical contributions. In whatever way, shape, or form that feels right for you, whether you want to teach, whether you want to be an entrepreneur or tech innovator, you want to be someone who facilitates partnerships, what does that look like for you? Because each of us are uniquely designed, have our own interests, want to express our professional contributions in different ways. But really, clinical practice is the foundation, and these other areas of contribution are what support advancement both for yourself professionally and personally, but also for the cause of low vision more broadly. So looking at pathways in action, we're going to look at first building and teaching. So pathway one as a clinical leader, that if that's something that interests you, maybe you can contribute to building a low vision unit, you know, in your hospital. Maybe nothing's existed in your region forever or for a long time. Maybe there was a service in the past. How can you contribute to building that? Another way to do that is to develop SOPs, you know, referral templates. Look at what's not working, clinical record cards, clinical record systems, you know, and how can you inform better quality in those respects? Train colleagues. Maybe you've had specialized training. How can you impart that to others? Then pathway two, as an academic or trainer, you can be a preceptor at your local institution if you happen to be close to one, contribute to curriculum development or curriculum transformation as it pertains to low vision training, or perhaps multidisciplinary approaches to low vision care, because from someone coming from a university, I think that's still significantly lacking across most optometry programs I've been involved in. Then partner with universities outside of your country, attend fellowships, you know, sign up for things that can help you position yourself as a person of influence, as a leader in a space that can then contribute to this transformation agenda in low vision. You can also supervise research, run CPD workshops. Really, you can be creative around how you do this. Develop low vision education material. in more simplified ways, or perhaps in the local language if it doesn't exist. Find something that's your sort of corner of the world, piece of the puzzle that you contribute to in advancing low vision on the African continent. Then there's influencing and innovating. I spoke a little bit about this. How can you be involved in shaping policy? Most countries in Africa don't have defined eye health policies, let alone policies around low vision and disability. So get involved in those conversations, contribute to national blindness prevention strategies, participate in advisory panels and task teams, like I said, because influence begins with credibility. Position yourself, build networks, and start influencing the discussions that are happening at that level, if that's something you feel strongly about. Then multi-sectoral partnerships, so important because we can't plan in isolation. We need technology partners, we need industry partners, we need NGO partners that can help us build rural outreach models, or, engage in disability-related work that supports our low vision patients. Or if you're a techie, find ways that you can help bring more affordable devices or instrumentation to your country. Create tele-rehab hubs where there's a shortage of skilled personnel, Teleoptometry is really just expanding across the world. How can you be part of the pioneers that redefine the standard of low vision care, or approaches to care that close some of the gaps in terms of access? So I'd like you to just pause for a moment and reflect. Think 5 years from today. You are known in your region. Colleagues refer complex cases to you. You're advising a policy task force. You feel energized and not boxed in. And that's when you step up to the core of leadership. When you're not satisfied with just the day-to-day and complaining about things that are not changing or not happening, but you pick up your hand to say, I want to be part of the change I want to see in low vision. So in order to see a different picture 5 years from now, you need to ask yourself, what can you start doing differently today? What skills do you need to develop? And what risks are you willing to take to be part of that solution? It really comes down to an individual decision. You've got to decide if you will continue with the status quo and simply practice within the system that we know is not ideal, that we know in many respects is broken and needs to be overhauled, needs to be developed in many cases, or will you help to shape it? So if you're feeling the call to step up to leadership and taking advantage of the leadership opportunity within the low vision gaps and challenges we experience on the African continent, then I challenge you today to identify one development lever, seek one partnership conversation, or perhaps even enroll in a specialized training program if one is available close to you. Do something to elevate the conversation. Do something to invest in yourself. And remember that reinvention is not an exit. I'm not talking about you leaving clinical practice to become a leader. Within your scope of clinical practice, you can simply expand your contributions to low vision and optometry on the African continent. So I hope that this short talk challenged you. I hope that you feel inspired to think beyond just your job title and to see the opportunity for leadership and career advancement in making low vision care and rehabilitation on the African continent an improved reality for so many millions who need it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this talk. You're welcome to follow me on LinkedIn or Instagram at Dr. Diane van Staden, or listen to Life Beyond Clinical Practice if you're interested in more career development insights and career reinvention strategies.
We would like to thank our speakers from wherever they are in the world for such insightful talks. Now we are going to begin our second session. We are going to have a presentation on low vision optical aids, and this will be delivered by a clinical optometrist and lecturer at the Department of Optometry, KNUST. He also serves as the Ashanti Regional Prep representative for Ghana Optometry Association. Please let's give it up for Dr. Shermi Sylvester.
All right, thank you very much. So, we are all welcome to this session. I know we have already taken enough information, and some of the things I'm going to mention, we are already familiar with them. My target is that by the time we are done, at least we should be able to have something to guide us in our small corners. I also know that we are from very different clinical backgrounds. We are resourced differently. And so, wherever you are, at least you're able to put something together to give your patient an expanded scope of care. So, these are the few things I would like us to discuss. So we should be able to look at what optical devices are in brief, and then also what types are available. Then we'll highlight the advantages and disadvantages on these devices. Then under what situations can we consider optical devices? Then we also have a brief look at a quick clinical guideline we can follow. Now, what are optical low vision devices? They are just like any other assistive device, only that in this case, we have at least a lens to change the optics of what our patients are seeing. And they form a critical component in the low vision arsenal. Some have reported up to almost 70% of their role in the aids that are given to patients. Optical devices may be used solo. Like you may just prescribe that one, or in combination with other assistive technologies. Or you may even combine multiple optical aids. Now they come in wide variety, and in Ghana, the situation is a little different because access to some of these devices are it's really hard to get. But there are some that are also available, and so we just need to take note of these. And some of them, depending on the sophistication, some training may be required. Some may require very intense training. Others, not really much training is required. But in any situation, some training is needed. So what are the types we have? There are several of them. We have hand magnifiers, we have stand magnifiers, spectacle magnifiers. There are telescopes also. And so we'll look at these briefly. Now, hand magnifiers are basically our normal plus lenses that have very high powers and have been fitted on a handle. And so you think of a hand magnifier like maybe your plus 8 or 10 or 15 lens in your trial lens set, but this time with a handle. That is a basic description of what a hand magnifier would be. And they are so common. I remember those times in primary school and SHS, we were playing with them. We didn't even know they were going to be useful one day. We could have started keeping this, by now we'll not be buying magnifiers. You know. So they are really available. Those times you just go and pick one, take a sheet of paper, direct, All Gen Z people, they don't know. Yeah. So that is a hand magnifier. They are so common. And because they are so common, the use is also abused. You know, people can just pick it and then use it for whatever thing they want to use. Sometimes they want to use it to read for long, or they want to use it for things that are really not expected. Two things are important when it comes to hand magnifiers. One, the distance between the lens and the task, and the distance between the lens and the patient's eye. These two are important because, one, we are dealing with a lens, and so focal point, very important. If we are able to keep this lens keep it in such a way that our task, the distance from the task, when I say task, I mean if the person is reading, the material they are reading, the distance between that material and the lens, if that distance is equal to the focal length of this lens, then you are going to have rays, emerging rays coming with zero divergence, and so your patient doesn't even need to accommodate or do anything. Do we understand that? That will mean that whoever is using this device must maintain this short distance. Do we get the point? As long as this distance is maintained, vision is clear, absolute magnification is attained. If for any reason the patient is not able to maintain these distances, then there is going to be a problem with vision. Now, the other side is that whilst you are maintaining the distance, it comes with task. If you carry a light material and you keep holding it in the same position for a long time, no matter how strong you are, very soon you will start getting tired. Yeah, so it is not good for everybody. Then also, if the power is so high, then it means that you must hold this device so close to the task that it will come with challenge. You may have to bend or get the thing in a position that may be awkward. And so it comes with a lot of disadvantages. So people who have issues like hand tremors, people who shake a bit, it's not good to give it to them. Older patients, people who are really old, they may not even have hand tremors, but because the muscles are already weak, if they have to hold it for a long time, they're going to shiver and then lose focus. Then also, if you want to use it for reading, you can imagine a student in the university who wants to read for, say, 30 minutes, 1 hour, and has to hold this thing in the same position. So it is not also good for prolonged tasks. But things like spotting, for instance, your patient wants to check how much money the doctor has given, they can just spot and it is useful. If they go to the mall, they want to buy something, maybe Milo or something, they can just read off the labels with these devices. And so hand magnifiers are easy to come by, they are cheap, the training is not too prolonged. I mean, it's easy to get used to it, but it is not good for everybody. So that is for hand magnifiers. Stand magnifiers are more or less hand magnifiers, except that this time it is not held with the hand, but they have a support. And so your stand magnifier may have a rigid side to keep it in position, or it may be fitted on some rod or cord in what is called the chest magnifiers. In the end, it is just your patient not using the hand to hold it. And they come in different shapes. Some are self-illuminated. They have this illumination system. You don't need to put extra light. Others are not illuminated, so then you would have to add an external source of light to enhance the vision. They may also be fixed focused or flexible. Flexible ones are the types that have, I wanted to insert my, these types are flexible. You can just change the height. So those ones, you can just adjust it just like you adjust a hand magnifier, and it is easier. But for a fixed focus magnifier, the distance is fixed, and so adjusting distance between the task and the lens is not possible. Now, by design, most of them have their focal lengths longer than the task distance. And what that means is that the rays emerging from this lens are going to be divergent. So it means you would have to use a plus lens to converge these rays for you to get clear vision. Or if the patient is young enough, they could accommodate to clear this one. by design, most of these stand magnifiers come with standard reading arts you can use. And you can also calculate them if you want to go through that aspect also. Again, stand magnifiers that are designed so that the task distance is the same as the focal length of the magnifier will also produce zero divergence rays, and patient doesn't need any additional reading glass, except if the patient is a presbyope, then you need to correct that one. Otherwise, if the person is younger, then they are fine. If they are using ones that are designed such that the task distance is shorter than the focal length, then you will have to compensate for accommodation. If it has a flexible hand or support, then you just need to adjust until the focus is clear. There are good and bad sides to this also. Of course, people who have hand tremors, because they don't have to hold the device, they are able to use it. Those that have smaller powers, stand magnifiers whose powers are smaller, tend to get bigger design, so you have a bigger field. But also because the powers are lower, focal length is longer, and so the whole system becomes cumbersome, and so they are not able to carry it around. The other side is because you're also dealing with higher device with support, the two hands are free to do other things under the lens. If they are fixed focus, and of course, if this support goes around the whole lens, then you cannot have any access to activity beneath the lens. If higher powers are what your patient will need, then there's also going to be a problem with the field of vision. Because as the power gets bigger, by design, these lenses get smaller. Otherwise, they'll be too heavy, patients will have problem carrying and all that. And so the field of vision is traded. And so patient is able to read in a very small area. So these are some of the few challenges that come with stand magnifiers, particularly for things like bright fields that you have to just put on the material. For instance, patient cannot do anything under it. They will just have to slide it. But also because of their design, it's acceptable, especially if it is for children. They think it is a toy. So if they can play and read with their toy, they are fine. So if you have a child with low vision, you want to give a stand magnifier, then you may consider bright fields or bars, which they think are more like play materials. Then we have spectacle magnifiers. You can think of spectacle magnifiers like stand magnifiers. This time, your stand is your frame. Do you get the point? So the whole principle is about the same. The advantage here is that you have free hands to do your things. The lens, if your powers are lower, you can do prolonged activity. However, the challenge here is because we are putting in higher powers, spectacle magnifiers operate on relative distance magnification. What it means is that as you increase the powers, you are reducing the task distance. And so if you are reducing task distance, you are introducing two new things: accommodative demand and convergence issues. And so sometimes you can give a higher power, patient is fine, oh, I can see everything. But this everything they are seeing will only be seen for a short time because they can't sustain, the divergence system cannot sustain, and then the accommodation may not be enough, and there will be a problem. And so normally it may be appropriate to give a low to moderate prescriptions for your spectacle magnifier so your patient is able to maintain the task for quite some time. Of course, the other things, we can just read through them. Now, they also come with some good sides. Of course, I've mentioned that your hands are free to perform other tasks. And generally, it doesn't look too complicated compared to things like telescopes. I remember one of our patients, we gave a telescope. The teacher said she will use it to cheat in exam, so they would not allow her to use it. So we had to write a letter, go and give it to them before. So if it was a spectacle, maybe they wouldn't say that, you know. So generally, by design, it is more acceptable compared to other stuff. And of course, you have a bigger field of view that allows for binocular vision. However, if the power is too big and you have a patient with anisometropia that is so huge, then it is better to use the magnification in one eye. Otherwise, binocular vision is perfect. Of course, I've mentioned that if the thing is so close, accommodative demand, vergence demand become an issue, and you need to deal with that. And so some of them will come with prism incorporated in them just to deal with this accommodative stuff. Then telescopes. These are by far the only devices we will use for distance and intermediate distance activities. And so, of course, there are others that are designed for near also. The thing with telescopes, especially when it comes to near activity, is that the accommodative demand from all the emergent vergence is increased exponentially. And so accommodative demand always is big. And so you may not necessarily have to choose a telescope if you have, say, a stand magnifier or a hand magnifier or a spectacle magnifier, you know, yeah. But there are telescopes that are also used for near work. Some are varifocal. You can change the focus to keep your task in clear view. Others are fixed, so you may have to put on additional lenses, like caps, lens caps over the objective so that you're able to see these tasks very well. Some may be monocular, others binocular. So by design, there are two types of these telescopes, the astronomical and then Galilean. The only difference here is that the Galilean has a minus eyepiece. And so that makes a little difference in the kind of images they provide. Because astronomical has two pluses, image quality is sharper, but it comes with a disadvantage. Real image is formed, that's why it is sharper, but it is inverted. So imagine you have two lenses fitted into one, you give it to your patient, and everybody's head is looking downwards. Okay, so to deal with this, most of them come with prisms that also invert the image so they can have erect images. Because of that, they become a bit heavier and a little cumbersome to handle. Galilean ones already provide erect images, which are virtual. Because they are virtual, they are not as sharp as those in the astronomical, although they are lighter. Okay, so you'll have to look at these things before you decide what you want to give your patient. For astronomical telescopes, relatively they give you a bigger field of view, but not as compared to maybe a hand magnifier. Okay, yeah, but between the two, astronomical ones will give you a bigger field. And also they have a wider range of magnification you can give. I've mentioned that they have better image quality, but bulky. The Galilean one, they are lighter, but of course the image quality is also lower. And Galilean telescopes will come with lower magnifications. Okay, good. But for both, compared to the others, field of view is restricted, and they are expensive, more than a hand magnifier. Maybe you get hand magnifier at Melcom. They may not even take any money because they don't even know it's going to help in it. Maybe some small, you get the point, compared to a telescope. Yeah. So those are some of the good and bad stuff related, or maybe the pros and cons. Now, under what conditions would you consider optical low vision devices? I've mentioned that we don't give them for every patient. They will say that. So under what conditions would you like to consider? One, when the issue with your patient is purely a resolution matter, when acuity is the problem, then magnification, optical devices will be very useful. Also, if there is some good contrast, optical devices will help. If the task that the patient is going to do is actually reading, then magnifiers or the optical devices could be very useful. If the impairment is not extreme, it's not very severe, or the magnification is not too huge, then you may consider optical device. Of course, cognitive ability matters. And cost. Sometimes the patient, everything you have done shows that patient may need optical device, but they can't afford. And so cost is an important. And in our setting, I think it should be one of the, it will be ranked highest, So those are some of the indications. A few contraindications: if the contrast sensitivity is poor, if it is so low. Remember, telescopes like the Galilean will reduce the contrast in any way, so because it is producing a virtual image. And so if you have very bad contrast and you give an optical device, then it becomes a problem. And of course, field losses, especially in a case like advanced glaucoma. You give a magnifier, it may or may not help, in the sense that if the image is magnified, it may go out of the patient's field of view, especially those who have tunnel vision. And so you would want to check these things before you give your magnifiers. The other things, I think you can easily understand them. But let's remember that if you have a patient with a scotoma that is big, you also want to be careful what kind of magnification or what kind of optical device you would like to give. So key considerations: one, assess the task or the need for the patient. Establish that one clearly. And then also check the severity of the impairment, check the required magnification, the magnitude, and then visual field, and of course, the patient's comfort. So in a clinic, after you have done all your assessment and everything, one, you have to establish what the patient is going to use the device for. Then based on that, you can decide whether to give a spectacle magnifier or you give a hand magnifier. So let me give you a practical scenario. So you have a patient who just wants to spot in the clinic. When they come to your clinic, you do all your assessment. After your assessment, this is after you have established your need. After your assessment, then you're not going to check, is the magnification big? If it is big, then maybe you want to consider something other than just a hand magnifier, because it's going to be bigger. I mean, it's going to be heavy and cumbersome. But if it is a lower magnification, then a hand magnifier may be good for the person to just do their spotting and then carry around. If the patient has to do some reading, then you will not want to give a hand magnifier, but you want to give something like a spectacle magnifier or a stand magnifier, because this is going to be prolonged. If the patient has to, say, sit in class and spot things in class from the board, for instance, if the impairment is huge, you need a relatively higher magnification, then you may think about a telescope. Okay. Now, one thing we need to understand is that after your procedure, everything, you will have to train your patients. I think this has been one thing that has run through all the presentations we have heard. Training the patient is key to the device use and its efficiency. Okay? If you don't train the patient to use the device, it will be hard. In fact, they will not be encouraged to use it. Already people will be laughing at them. And it's complicated when they also don't know how to use the device. Okay? And the last thing I want to add is that you always have to settle for the right device, for the right patient, for the right task at the right time. Do you see? You don't have to say that, okay, telescopes may have a better, clearer image, so let me choose that over a hand magnifier. No. You may have two patients with the same condition, say retinitis pigmentosa. One may benefit from a stand magnifier, one may benefit from a hand magnifier. It depends on patient need and their comfort. And so we can go through this later. So in conclusion, these were the things we sought to highlight. You can just ask yourself if you have gotten something from here. So thank you very much. We'll end here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Chairman. Please, any questions for Dr. Chairman? For us. Okay, there is a question. We can take questions from our online audience as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Cherry, for the great presentation. So I have a follow-up question. You mentioned that in prescription of optical aids for low vision patients, we should, with patients with reduced visual acuity, they should have some kind of a better or quality contrast sensitivity. I mean, how do we go ahead, or what do we prescribe for these patients with reduced visual acuity and then reduced contrast sensitivity? And then my second question is, do we have a standardized case history in terms of management for low vision patients across, among optometrists in Ghana?
Okay, I prefer to refer to this session as an interactive session so that I don't have to bear all the burden of answering every question. Yeah, I know that people have different clinical experiences, and so I would rather prefer that we get input from everybody, and then maybe later if there is. So, Prof. Eisenberg, you want to?
I would like to answer to the first question about the contrast sensitivity. As many of you saw yesterday in our clinic, we have some, I call it edge filters, special filters. They look a little bit yellow, then orange, and then red. And these filters are especially designed for RP patients, for example, with absolutely severe light sensitivity, especially for the short wavelength. So the short wavelength comes from blue over yellow to red. So if we reduce the short wavelengths, blue and yellow and green, so up to red in an extreme form, we can protect our patient from these extreme light sensitivity, and on the other hand, the contrast sensitivity increases a little bit. Yeah, but what I also realized when I saw some examples from Dr. Caleb, he has some of these tinted lenses. Yeah, and please be careful if you get the offer of, let's say, a yellow tinted spectacles. Then if you take some of these Eschenbach filters, for example, this brand of the edge filters, and both on a white page, it looks more or less the same. And you could think, oh, this looks like the filter Prof. Eisenbart mentioned. Nothing. Please forget it. Because there is a big difference between, I say it is normal tinted lenses, so sunglasses, for example. Yeah? The brighter and the darker are so-called A-selective filters. They reduce the transmission in more or less all values or all ranges of the visible light. Nanometer 380 up to 600, 700. All levels are reduced. If you choose an edge filter, the transmission line looks like, here is the short wavelength, is everything blocked, no transmission. And with, it depends on yellow, orange, or red, then the transmission goes up very fast. Yeah? There is no international norm, but it's around between a range of 100 nanometer, you get from the minimum or zero transmission to the maximum transmission. So this looks like a cliff or an edge. Yeah? So if you would like to choose the right filter, or may you look around for an industry product and ask for the transmission curves of your lens. Especially also if they advertise blue UV lens. What is the meaning of blue UV? I can talk a lot about these, but it's the same. It's the same story. They block the short wavelengths. Sometimes if they speak, I just can imagine, if blue, then they block also a little bit of the visible blue light. So not only ultraviolet, also let's say up to 400. In Germany there is one brand, they call it 420, which means they block the extreme short wavelengths of the blue. So ask please about the transmission. That's just for this question.
All right, thanks. So just to add a bit to that, as we mentioned earlier, not every patient needs to be given an optical device. You can think of non-optical devices, and to enhance contrast, you can think about additional lighting, or you can give contrasting interventions. For instance, if your patient is just reading every color on any background, then you can encourage, say, a black on a white background, or a black on yellow, or yellow on black. Things, those kind of chromatic contrast stuff. So that is another thing we can do. And an aspect of it is what Prof just talked about, the filters. In fact, sometimes all you may have to give the patient is the filter, and it does very good. You will get the point. So we shouldn't think of optical devices as the only intervention that must be given. After you assess and you realize that this is not good for the patient, remember that we have non-optical interventions also. And as a matter of fact, non-optical interventions are way more available and cheaper than you can even imagine. Do we get the point? So if you don't have these, you can use the non-optical devices. Do we have, yes, Kali?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to highlight on another option aside telescopes, like glassboard cameras. And this device coupled with a screen can bring the board to your screen for you to see without even the telescope. So if telescope can't be in your, you can get the glassboard cameras, couple the screen on your desk, and whatever you want to see from the board will be shown on the screen for you to see. So that can be a second option aside the telescope also. Thank you.
All right, so he is highlighting electronic interventions, and there are a lot of them available now. Okay, thank you very much, Caleb. Now, there was a second part to your question. Do we have a standard protocol for assessing patients in low vision care? GOA president is here, so this one there.
Yes. Certainly, of course. It is something that, as I mentioned, as we are going to look into policy now, these are things that we are going to incorporate or have to push for. Like I said, the policy government across all the cadres of eye care. Dr. Oten is here. He's wearing Dr. Fake's hat, so sure he will also push on that score. So standard protocols, yes, of course. When you get there, comes the policy of the service of Ministry of Health. It will cut across. We will call for inputs. I forgot to also mention, Professor Okanse is also part of the Tinker Working Group. He has sent some reviews in that we are studying and all that. So definitely it's on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Doc. And I want to highlight that this is also more like a side advantage kind of from this our KNUST Low Vision project. All our secondary level centers follow a specific protocol. And so other centers who may want to have standards to follow can just connect so that we are all doing just about the same thing. Then we can report stuff that are evidence-based, standardized. Then we can make proper comparisons. So for now, these are things that we can all jump onto and then benefit. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So this is not specifically to the optical aids, But since we came, I've not heard any definition with regards to what low vision is, with regards to the parameters. So we said we are not looking only at visual acuity, we are considering contrast sensitivity and co. So at what point, for instance, we have patients who consider very good contact lens wearers, we'll consider some patients for that. So which patients should I consider for low vision care? Because earlier in the day, one of us said at the school for the blind, he felt some people were not supposed to be there. Based on what? So what are the parameters? Am I going to check for every patient who can perceive light? Looking at how it's time consuming as well. So which patients are we considering?
All right, so I'm sure a majority of us will have a lot of inputs to make regarding this question. But maybe for the sake of time and for purposes of simplicity, we can consider low vision patient based on two main things. One, the patient acuity, and two, their function. Okay. Now, based on acuity, we can look at it from two perspectives. From a public health perspective, we may think that a patient who comes to the clinic with their entrance vision, whether they are corrected or not, if their acuity is 618 or worse, then this patient is first classified as having visual impairment. Do we get it? Then we bring in our intervention. If we bring an intervention and this acuity still remains the same, then we have to start thinking low vision. Do we get the point? This is for public health purposes. So that, and the reason this is important is there are people who have reduced vision but have no access to intervention. And so if you restrict definition to corrected alone, then you are not fair to these other people who do not have access to intervention. And that is how come entrance vision is used for public health concerns. Clinically, we want to use after correction or after intervention. After intervention could be a standard spectacle prescription. It can be surgical intervention. For instance, a patient came with cataract. You check vision, it is say 660. Then you do your cataract surgery. After the surgery, does the vision improve? If it doesn't improve, does the person benefit from spectacle? After all this, if the acuity is still 618 or worse, then you want to consider this person as having visual impairment and maybe low vision. Why am I putting maybe low vision? Low vision has a cap. Okay? Worse acuity should not go beyond 360 or 3120. Do we get the point? Now, at this point, beyond that, the patient may still perceive something. For instance, PL. Patient perceives light, but may not have this perception functional. That comes in, that's what brings the second aspect, the function. And so one, the residual vision of this patient must be potentially usable by the patient. Do we get the point? Now, when we bring in function, then acuity does not become the limit. The reason is that you may have a patient whose acuity is 6/6, but the field is like this. Do we get a point? That is where function becomes relevant. And so we consider low vision patients, one, based on the acuity measures, two, based on the field or the function. I'll put field and acuity measures. So the acuity or the visual function measures, and then the function of the patient, how usable this remaining vision is for the patient. Please, do we understand that? So when your patient comes to the clinic, do your primary assessment, do all the visual acuity test, pinhole, do your refraction. If the patient needs cataract surgery, let them go and do the cataract surgery. Afterwards, is the patient's vision improved? If it is not improved, then we come to check, is the patient falling within the range of 618 and 360? Is the patient falling within this range? If the patient is in that range, then we will conclude as having low vision. Above that, the person is functionally blind, although they can perceive light. Please, do we understand that? And all our visual aids are useful for these people. Those who go beyond that, we may have to bring in non-optical intervention or rehabilitative services or other intervention that will substitute vision. Please, is it clear? Good. Yes, sir, Doc.
Let me just do an add-up to what Dr. Sly said. A patient was referred to me with vision of 660 to come and have low vision assessment. I did my rate at less than 1 meter. I was getting about plus 12, plus 13 with cylinders. So I did my sphere equivalent, and I think I was getting plus 12 for both eyes. I put in there, this same person was reading 660 still. So what I did was, okay, let me try and then do this. Send the patient to do keratometry. After the keratometry, I realized that he was developing keratoconus. I sent to Cath to see Dr. Salome to do rigid contact lens. And then this child is reading 6.9. So straight away, so from the earlier submission, the whole thing is we are not being exhaustive with what we are supposed to do before we send them for low vision. We think whatever I did, at that point I'm fixed, so go for low vision. Let's remember that refractive component of correcting whatever the person can, it's not just about your spectacles. There are other means. So let's say if it was keratoconus, and then I sent to Dr. Jima that, Doc, let's probably think of doing LASIK to do a corrective refractive surgery. And after that, the person is reading 612 plus. So the interventions are there. We are kind of, we restrict ourselves because we don't want to explore. That's one of the things, one of the challenges we are finding. Surgical, medical, refractive interventions, let's do all of them. When it's exhaustive and you still think that the person should come, then when the person is coming, you are so relaxed. I always say that if you send a patient to me for low vision with an IOP, glaucoma patient, where you've not worked and had a stabilized target pressure, between 10 to 15, I won't touch the patient because I think that I have to send the person to maybe an ophthalmologist. We discuss whether we have to do trabeculectomy and find out of stabilizing the IOP and making sure that at least for 3 to 6 months you have a stabilized IOP and you are working with that person. Always remember that once the IOPs are going high and fluctuating, as soon as you do it, there's high probability that the end results of whatever you've given can change at any point in time. So you have to have a stabilized person before you send the person in. You send a patient who has cataract. After cataract surgery, you check the back, go for low vision, and then pay your assessment. Because when you come, what I would do is I have to screen the person as if he's never been attended to. Then you realize there's a lens tilt or there's subcapsular cataract, which you think when the person goes to see Dr. Jima or Dr. Ajman and Co., they might do something. Because we've had instances they did laser capsulectomy, they changed the IOL, and the person comes back, you do your refraction, and they are reading 6.9, 6.12. So let's take time whenever we have our patient. Be exhaustive with what you can do. It's not just about I being an ophthalmic nurse, I being an optometrist, I being an ophthalmologist. So I think I've done what in my field or my scope I think I'm okay with. A typical example is the boy. Then let's do low vision. But once we send for the rigid contact lens, this is someone who walks around and doesn't have any trouble. So the definition, as he had explained, is, but the practical reality is we are not being exhaustive about what we are supposed to do.
Sir, thank you very much, Doc. So coming back to definitions, I would like to refer you to the WHO website. They have a list of definitions you can have, and as I mentioned, there are so many definitions are important for categorization purposes and who to be given what. You see that. So let's just refer to these documents and they will help us. And then also, as Francis said, please, some of the patients who come to you and they don't come again, they have gone somewhere and they have been told that they don't have the low vision you thought. So just exhaust your options. Do you see that? Do the basics. Once you are done, get a colleague in, and then you can give as much as possible to your patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Dr. Chairman. So as part of our workshop, we are joined by some prominent optical aids providers. We're going to have a short message from our exhibitors. Please help me welcome Mr. Emmanuel Kwao. He's a representative of the Canada Opticals.
All right. Good afternoon. All protocols duly observed. It's a great honor to be here this morning. At a point, I was about to tell the organizers that I think all that I have to say has already been said, but it's also important that we add something. Amen. All right. So, my name is Emmanuel Kwao, and I bring you greetings from Canada Optical, the management. We have been your leading partners in lens products for over 20 years. And we are grateful to the organizers to be part of this West Africa Low Vision workshop. So, Canada Optical has partnered the eye care fraternity for over 20 years, and then we have provided unparalleled service. We have put emphasis on providing with best lenses and services for the past 20 years, providing world-class warranties and after-sales service. So at Canada Opticals, we have products that we provide service like non-adaptation, doctor prescription changes, defective of lenses. So we also have a very wide range of lenses that we provide at Canada Optical. And in these lenses that we provide, we deploy a cutting-edge freeform technology where we deploy a technology called the ray tracing design, the variable decentration, and then the variable insets. So with the ray tracing design, what it does is that it provides a constant visual quality across the lens. And then with the variable decentration to it help us to use a smaller diameter in reducing the lens thickness for plus lenses. So you can see it there. Then we also have the variable decentration, which help us to calculate each progressive lens wearer, taking the account of all individual parameters. So we are here learning about low vision, but as we go back to our clinics, we'll be dispensing some progressive lenses. And we have to make some good money. Is that not it? Oh, ask your friend, you have to make some good money. Is that not it? Or you don't like progressive money, so that I can sit down. You don't like progressive money? It's a very good one. So we have our basic level entry progressive lens, which many of you have heard of. We call the classic. Then we also have a very sophisticated progressive lenses where we deploy very good technology in producing such lens, which we call the deluxe and then the signature. We've had a very good feedback from all our customers, and then the patients that have been dispensed with these progressive lenses, they have experienced the best of it. Now, we also have what we call the wide range of occupational lenses, where we have a computer and an office. You know, when Dr. Moni was having his presentation, he made mention of the fact that we have restricted some lenses and named them reading glasses. So because of that, we have patients struggling. So I don't read, so why do I take these glasses? Now, at Canada Optical, we have an advanced form of the reading glasses, which we call the occupational lenses. Now, with occupational lenses, we have the computer and the office. What it does is that it gives the patient a very good additional power. So you want to dispense a progressive lens that has a very good additional power. You can look at this lens, and you can dispense up to a plus 450. Now, with this progressive lens, you are also able to give the patient an accommodative 1 or 2 meters. So the person is using that glasses, and is not only fixed or fixated onto the reading glasses or the reading object, but is also able to see at 1 meter or 2 meters, appreciating the near work and also a bit of distance work. Is that not a good thing? So we also have the single vision lenses, progressive lenses. Now, this is what I want to talk about. We have eyeglasses can play a very important role in low vision. They can work differently from regular vision correction. With low vision, glasses usually don't fix vision, yet they can enhance usable vision, reduce strains, and make daily tasks easier. So at Canada Opticals, even if vision loss cannot be corrected, precise prescription lenses can be sharpened. What remaining vision or the remaining vision that the patient had, we can help to make it, to help the patient to see better, to improve contrast perception, reduce the blurriness that the patient has, and also we will help to reduce fatigue. For many people, this small improvement is a big practical difference. You have done something little for this low vision patient, but we will appreciate your work that you have done. So Canada Optical can offer the following solutions. So we can offer the following: magnifying glasses, contrast and glare control, field enhancement. Now, with the magnified glasses, we have a lens that we call lenticular lens. So with this lenticular lens, you can see from the design, it has this flat base edges, and then you have this curvedness at the top of the lens. So we can dispense up to plus 25. So you have a patient, a low vision condition, you are supposed to dispense a high plus lens, you can consider dispensing plus 25. But we can also have it in an extended form. So we can go beyond the 25. We can do up to minus 40, and 2 plus 32, right? So I spoke about the progressive lenses, the occupational lenses that we have there. So these lenses can help used for near tasks like reading, using the phone, computer, and sewing. So instead of just dispensing a reading glasses for the patient, you can go ahead and dispense an occupational lens. So I would suggest to Dr. Mona that if he's looking another name to give, you can give it an occupational lens to replace the reading glasses. Because this one does more than reading. It helps the customer or the patient to see. Now, with the contrast and glare control, many low vision conditions struggle more with light sensitivity and poor contrast than blur. We spoke about this. So special lenses like tinted lenses, they improve the contrast, reduce the glare, improve visible outdoors, and enhance object images. So Prof and other speakers have talked about the yellow tint. So you can see the yellow tint or the amber. So you can see it clearly. What it does is it often gives a great contrast improvement, especially in low light, cloudiness, or in day condition. Right? We also have the brown. The brown tint. With the brown, is very good for general contrast and for comfort. We have the gray, which reduces overall brightness without changing color perception. Now we also have filters. We've talked about filters. So at Canada Optical, all these are available. You can get this all at Canada Optical. We have the photochromic lenses, which you know how it already works. Then we have the drive relax, which helps or is very helpful for night driving and blue UV. Now, I want to talk about this shortly. My time is up, but just give me 1 minute, please. Thank you. Thank you. I need to exhaust this. Thank you. Now, we have what we call the crystal. The crystal is an advanced or a super anti-reflective coating that we call the double-sided AR. So with the crystal, it does three main things. It helps to reduce glare, right? And then it helps to improve the contrast sensitivity. And then you can, let me just slide this. Oh. Okay. So you can see from this image, because my time is up, I couldn't do more there. You can see from this image, an image without a crystal, a crystal that's a double-sided AR. You see that the image looks very, very, very. You can see the reflection, but with a crystal, you can see that the glareness has come down or has reduced. Now, with field enhancement, for conditions like glaucoma and retinitis pigmentosa, we have a very good prism lenses that we call the Presson or the 3M Presson. You can also say the Fresnel. Now, with this prism, you can dispense from 5 diopter to 40 diopter. So this one, you have the lens, and then it's clipped on the lens from the back of the lens. And the patient is able to remove it, fix it, remove it, fix it. So we also have that available at Canada Optical. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I just want to put across that to the organizing committee that the management is pleased to be here. Our door is also hoping for partnership to help with all the centers that are dealing with a low vision condition. In case you need any of these products, you can contact us at a very reduced price. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel. Canada Opticals has a station outside, so if you need further information, you can do that during the exhibition time. Next, I'm going to call on Dr. Carl Abraham. For now, I'll not do an extensive introduction, but he's also an independent optical aid supplier, specifically low vision aids. So let's give it up for Dr. Carl.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm here to talk about Quorum Ophthalmics. We are a small startup in Cape Coast, and our core mandate, or our core business, is to provide low vision aid. I'm an educationist and a practitioner as well. And one of the things that we realized was the lack of low vision aid. So people would examine patients, they will do everything, and then at the end of the day, there are no aids to give out. So we have our low vision assessment kits. So then it has over 30 devices in there for practitioners who want to start up a low vision service. And one of the good things about our set is you can actually, it is self-renewable. You can actually give out the aids to the patient and then just buy new ones and replace them, whilst traditional kits would mean you have to use the same kit over and over again, and they get old and you have to dispose them and get new ones. But with these ones, you can easily sell it off to your patient and just get a new one when needed. So we have, and this is the only currently the only low vision kit that has a lot of electronic devices as well. Regular ones are mostly concentrated with a lot of optical devices, and we've learned today that electronic devices also play a huge role. So I'll show you some. I have a short time, so I'll show you some of the devices in here so that you can get them. So we have some hand magnifiers. It doesn't have a hand now because the hand is detachable and you can fix, and we have 4 of them from 2.5 times to 16 times, and they are fitted in there. We have a couple of stand magnifiers, and we have 2 stand magnifiers and 1 dome magnifier. One of them, no, these are telescopes. So my assistant is helping out. Maybe I'll need more assistant. So we have a couple of them. Also, self-illuminating helps your patients see better. So we have 2 of them. We have some head-mounted magnifiers. Lots of them, lots of devices, as I said, so many of them. So we have, so this one is an LED head-mounted magnifier. It comes with its own illumination. It has 3 different levels in there. So you get to present about 3 different magnifiers to your patient, and you can build them up, so you can add them up for your patient as well. So you have one package, and then it does all. Okay, so somebody picked up a telescope. So we have our mouse magnifier. Basically, you connect this one to a TV or any digital display, and you can see the person can get to about almost 100 times magnification, depending on how big the screen size is. So we have telescopes. We have 4 telescopes from 3 times to 8 times magnification in there as well for your patient. The 3 times magnification telescope can be mounted on spectacles. After this, we have a lot of packing to your, so much projected, but these ones are quite compact, and you can change the magnification as well. We also have the bigger one in there, where it's a 3 times telescope. But this one also comes with reading caps. Some of you, we didn't mention reading caps whilst we are doing the presentation. Reading caps helps you use your telescope, which is meant for distance, for near reading as well. So this one comes with a couple of reading caps, a range of them. They are in here. You just replace it, and the patient can now use probably one eye for reading and one eye for distance. Yeah, that's a Max TV. So this here is a Max TV, and it's for intermediate viewing. So people who want to watch TV and do stuff at home, they can watch it. It has variable magnification as well, so that you can serve a wider range of people. So as I said, there are lots of them, and we have some filters as well in here, gray, yellow, and then orange filters. And we have a hand electronic magnifier. So there's a hand electronic magnifier, good for short reading. People can have it in their pockets, very easy to use. So we have this. It goes for a very small price, 7,600 cedis. If you are at this conference, you can get it for 7,000 cedis. And if you need a payment plan, you can let us know, and we can make sure we spread it for you. Also, yeah, very, very cheap. I know most low vision kits, go between $1,000 to $1,005. If you can check it online, any low vision kit ranges between that. But we have quite a very crowded kit, and it goes for way, way less. So thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions.
Please, we'll take some questions. If you have questions also for the representative from Canada Opticals, you can raise your hand and then we'll take your question. Any questions, please?
Alongside it. All right. The aids are available. Normally, because of distance, within a day, we get it to a bus or through EMS, and probably in less than a week you would get it. It depends on the mode we use. We sometimes use the buses, and for the buses, within a day, it is within your community, but depending on how long it takes you to get to the bus station, that would determine how long you get it. For EMS, within 3 to 4 days, you are likely to get it, but we know they have some issues sometimes, so we give them a period of a week. If you are in Accra, it's easier. Same day, you might get it. If you are in Cape Coast, you just walk to us, and then within minutes, you will get it. So it depends on how far you are from us. So the aids are readily available. Thank you.
Please, any other question? We have some handouts from Canada Opticals going around. So in case, if you look through and then you have any question, you can just ask right now. And I believe they're also handing out some goodies. A pen rule, a PD rule, a PD rule. Thank you, Canada Opticals. If we don't have any more questions, then I'm coming with another good news. We are going for lunch. We are going to eat. Yes. Okay. So I hear we are having lunch at the basement where we had dinner yesterday. So as lunch is going on, we also have exhibition from our optical aid providers outside, just over here. So you can go around and then see their equipment for yourself. We also have projects exhibited over here. So you can also go around and look at some of the studies that have been conducted. Thank you very much. Please, we have just 20 to 30 minutes for lunch and the exhibition. So I'll be expecting all of us here very soon. So please, let's make it quick. Thank you. As you're moving out, you can check out some of the posters from our students.